Unlike other planets, our planet has many diverse lives living on it. And the source of this beauty is none other than the Earth. Earth provides man food, clothing, and shelter. She allows humans to cultivate the land, and thus to create civilizations. One handful of Earth contains a great number of living beings, more than all the humans combined. Look at the land we are standing on. There's another universe deep inside the land, but this land with endless potential is now dying. Man's indiscriminate attack on Earth is coming back at us in the form of climate crisis. The worst situation is upon us. We are facing a crisis, and we need a solution to resolve it. Actually, the solution can be found near us. It's the eco-farming on the land we are standing on. We can recover climate balance and save the nature and humanity if we use eco-farming as a key. We need to live with the nature, not against her. In the International Forum on Eco-Farming, we study carbon-neutral agricultural policy, research for sustainable ESG business models, and listen to the voice of the field to make a society where humans and the nature coexist in harmony. Keynote session, Agricultural Policies for Achieving Carbon Neutrality. Expert Session 1, Forming a Strategic Partnership with Enterprises for Eco-Farming. Expert Session 2, Ecological Farming and ESG. Expert Session 3, Sustainable Economy and Rural Community. Healthy food for us, a safe place for animals. Eco-farming gives rest to nature and is with you. 2022, the Second International Forum on Eco-Farming.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, before we kick off today's event, I would like to invite all the participants, discussants, and panelists on the stage, and will please take your seats, and then we will proceed the session. So please, moderator and panelists and discussant, please move up onto the stage. And may I have your attention while we make arrangement? We are providing simultaneous interpretation. So if you need simultaneous interpretation, please use receivers placed on your table. Number 1, channel 1 for Korean, 2 for English, 3 for Japanese.
Interpretation for this forum, please turn to channel 1 for Korean, 2 for English, and 3 for Japanese.
I think everyone is set and on ready. Now, without further ado, we will kick off the session. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will kick off the expert session of the International Forum on Eco-Farming. We are now providing on and offline services. Now, the second International Forum on Eco-Farming is now being held at the Civiculture Experience Center, and all the programs are available on our official homepage or on YouTube channel in live. We are providing specific channels for Korean, for English, and for Japanese. And also you can find materials on our official homepage, and also we are providing Q&A in real time, so please comment when you have questions. Without further ado, I would like to introduce to you today's moderator, and today's theme is forming a strategic partnership with enterprises for eco-farming. And here is the Director Park Sang-gu of Organic Agriculture Division at National Institute of Agricultural Sciences as a moderator. I will hand over my microphone to the moderator. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will hand over my microphone to the moderator. Good morning. As introduced, I am Director Park Sang-gu from National Institute of Agricultural Sciences. Congratulations on the second edition of the International Forum on Eco-Farming, which has picked dialogue with nature to respond to climate crisis as its grand theme. And for the first order of expert session, we are picking forming a strategic partnership with enterprises for eco-farming as today's topic. Now we are living in a multitude of threats and crises. Actually, from 2020, in 3 years, we are experiencing sufferings from the COVID-19 pandemic, of course, climate change and crisis, and in particular, fine dust issues, increasing GHG emissions, and weather anomalies recently are now witnessed globally in frequent and intensified manner, which adds on challenges. Mass production driven traditional agriculture uses a lot of chemical fertilizers and pesticides, which leads to ecosystem degradation and loss of biodiversity. So this is a hurdle for us to provide eco-friendly or eco-farming, and this is not only confined to Korean. So every part of the world is now providing solutions for that. In EU, by 2030, they pledge to halve the usage of pesticide, and also they will increase the organic farming land up to 25%, which is currently at 8% by 2030. Of course, in Japan, they propose a Midori strategy, and the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry, and Fisheries announced that it will increase the organic farming up to 25% by 2050, which amounts to 100 hectare. And the U.S. Ministry of Forest announced that they will provide at a maximum of $300 million to new organic farming transition initiative. Every eyes are on this project. And of course, Korea is joining their hands together. Also, in the first year of the 5-year long fifth eco-friendly agriculture, they try to increase the eco-friendly agriculture up to 10% by 2030. I believe today's forum is very timely and opportune. And now today's forum will allow us to discuss the discourses with spirited discussions by mapping out solutions. And this forum will play a bigger role. And now we have three panelists from Korean side, and also we have 2 Korean and 2 foreigners as a panelist. So we have 4 panelists at a total. Now, without a further ado, let me introduce to you the first presenter.
경상대학교 김필주 교수.
First presenter is Pilju Kim from the Gyeongsang National University. He will talk about the drive carbon farming beyond eco-friendly farming. He's been working in this area for more than 20 years for the eco-farming and the carbon reduction. In 2022, he is a chairman of the Korea Fertilizer Associations, and he is also the chairman of the Association of the Organic Matter. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. He will be online. Hello, everyone. I am Kim Pil-ju, the professor of the Gyeongsang National University from the College of Agriculture and Life Science. I'm so honored to be the presenter today. Within the limited time, I don't have enough time to talk about everything. However, I want to talk about the driving the carbon farming beyond the eco-friendly farming as the new growth engine for Korea. As you may well know, across the world, countries are announcing the carbon neutrality, and Korea also did so. However, the greenhouse gas emission is increasingly continuous, and the net emission is around less than 3%. However, including all the energy consumption, it will amount to 5%. Especially the value of agriculture is great because it can absorb the carbon in the soil, and it can also reduce the emission by planting the trees. So it is the very important role in the emission, carbon neutrality. We have to understand the 2 things first. First, the carbon neutrality means the total emission and the total sink absorption equals. And in order to do so, all the industry has to work hard to reduce the emission. Another thing is that we have to increase the absorption. We can use a soil or the plant or the forest. That can be the great opportunity for the agricultural sector. Especially, the main source of greenhouse gases are the CO2, CH4, and N2O. In agriculture, we have a value of the sink for the CO2, and if you can absorb the 1 ton of the CO2 in the ETS market, you can receive 40,000 or 50,000 won. For the methane, you can reduce the emission from the ruminant cow or the rice production because one molecular for the emission is much higher than the CO2, which is 20 war times. So if you reduce the one molecule, you can have 3 times higher price than the CO2, which is the 920,000 to the 1 million won. And another thing is N2O. You can also reduce the emission through the reduction of the nitrogen fertilizers. And it is the global warming index is 300 times than the CO2. So if you can utilize this well, and even with small amount of reduction, you can earn a lot of money. So it can be a great financial resources for the agricultural sector. Especially in the farming, you can also achieve the low carbon farming in terms of 2 aspects. The first aspect is that you can increase the carbon sequestration by planting the trees. You can increase the absorption. And another way is to reduce the emission of the greenhouse gases. You can reduce the CH4 from the rice paddies, and you can reduce the N2O from the fields, and also you can maximize the energy efficiency in the greenhouse or plastic house. That can be your strategy. So in the business of the greenhouse gas reduction businesses, we have the 2 kinds of the system, which is one is the market-based trading, and the other one is incentive supply. So now the market-based ETS is done by other sectors, and in the agricultural industry, with the incentives, we try to have the voluntary reduction. For example, if the CH4 increase a lot from the field, but if we can have the intermittent irrigation, the emission of the CH4 can be reduced by 40%, and then this saved 40% can become the incentives. For example, you cut the water and you can reduce the 3 tons of the CO2, and that can be the incentive given to the farmers, or that can be sold in the market. So let me talk about the type 2 more. The farmer or the farming household, if they reduce the CO2, then the MAFRA gives 10,000 won for the 1 ton of the CO2. That's the current institutions. So it seems like a little cheap, but if you can collect this and if you can have a thorough plan, it can come into the market of the ETS. Then we can follow the older methodology, or we have to meet the requirements of the market. So we need more study on that. So far, we have the several types of the voluntarily the agricultural industry, the greenhouse gas reduction, mostly done by the efficiency for the protective farming. So, for example, we can use a renewable energy, or we can use reduce the N2O fertilizer, or by using the residuals, we can use more lignocellulosic biomass. And this blue line should be emphasized because we can use this for the farming land management. We can have the management of water in the rice paddies, or we can use the silicate fertilizers. Also, we can have the land use conversion from the rice paddy to the field. So that's already stipulated in the regulation. So those projects can be utilized by all of you. So if you can apply this into your farming, it can be a great engine for the voluntarily greenhouse gas reduction, I believe. So far, we have so many good cases of the GHG reduction, but mostly that was done inside the protected farming, like greenhouse, plastic greenhouse, or the vinyl greenhouse. Some corporate unit use the diesel heater. However, they use the geothermal heat pump and reduced 970 ton of CO2. So except the profit from their farming, they could receive other financial sources by reducing the CO2 emission. Another case is that the one in the Agricultural Association, they use the diesel heater, but they change it to the generator heated water heat pump for their heating and the cooling. By doing so, they can reduce the 1,000 around 300 CO2 tons, and then they received around 10 million won for that. So that is not a small money. So in order to do so, we have to increase the soil carbon sequestration. If the plant dies and that goes into the soil, that can be trapped into the soil, becoming the organic matter inside. Then we have to increase the input of the organic matter. Usually we can put the organic amendments, or we can plant the cover crops, or we can delay of the composting of the organic matter. For example, we can have the conservation tillage or the no tillage. So, but anyway, if that can become the business model, the government has to have the coefficient and the formula for that. However, so far we use the biochar to secure the carbon credit. It was written in English, so I'm sorry, but if you can look at the chart here, it was the Brazilian case, and they gave the biochar to the soil, and then this soil became a very black and good, and then they had a very nice growing of the crops, making the soil healthier and the fertile. So if you look at the formula here, the tons of the sequestrated the carbon inside the soil should be calculated from the tons biochar dry matter and the tons the biochar dry matter in the carbon, and the tons of the biochar which can remain in 100 years. So if you have the soil, good soil, you can receive the credit for the sequestration. We are doing this biochar project in Korea, but the carbon farming is also important, but the productivity of the crop is more important. So all these throughput should be done by the standard fertilizer management, which was regulated by the RDA. So stable manure, it can be like a 12 ton for the rice and bean, 15 ton for the barley and the cabbage, and 20 ton for the animal manure. So if we manage them under this law, maybe we can have the carbon credit using these kind of regulations. So for example, if we use the 20 ton of the biochar to the field, but if the cooperatives using the project, the 1 ton or 2 tons are applied to the field, but according to the biochar requirements and all the CO2 amounts, so when we have the biochar 20 tons, the CO2 of the 36 tons can be sequestrated. Then it is around 40 to 50,000 won. So officially, it could be around the 1.46 or the 1.86 million won as the carbon credit in the ETS. So that is not a small amount. So if we have a thorough plan for that, we can have around 70 to 150,000 won of the carbon credit through all the 300 hectares. So in order to do so, we tried hard to increase the organic matter decomposition. So when we have a decomposition, if it goes out as the CO2, in the global terms of the global warming, it doesn't help at all. However, if we put the water in the rice paddy and we put into the organic matter, we have a far higher amount of the methane. Methane compared to the CO2 is stronger, like 25 times stronger in terms of the carbon emission. So I checked the methane emission in the rice production. When the rice paddy is dry, we don't see any methane, but if we put the water, the methane comes out. Especially in order to increase the organic matter, we put our barley and we put other organic matter. Then as more and more organic matter in the rice paddy, the more emission of the methane gas from the rice paddies. So the rice paddy is very responsible for the carbon emission. Using this kind of method, we measure all the methane emission and the CO2 emissions. So by controlling these, we can contribute to reduction of the CO2. So the organic farming gives the negative impact on the carbon emission than the conventional farming technologies. So the methane has a big impact in the eco farming. So we have to reduce the emission of the methane very hard. So the removing methane can have the several ways. Methane is coming from the water in the rice paddies. So you have to stop the watering the rice paddies. So intermittent irrigation can be one of the options. And also you can put the stable organic matter like a biochar. And also the RDA is developing the new variety through the Green Rice Project. Or also the land can be converged from the rice paddies to the field. So we have some technology already available. However, when you apply those into the field, I think these kind of types of the method I told you before can work. And also, if we use the soil improvement silicate fertilizer, it can reduce around by 14%. And across the nation, yearly we can reduce the 300,000 tons of CO2, so it is a very good contributor to the reduction of the greenhouse gas emission. So when we have a rice production, we have a methane, and then we have the intermittent irrigation for like 2 weeks and for 3 weeks, and you can see the methane emission goes down significantly. So usually it is 3, but when we have the intermittent irrigation, it becomes lower, go down like 1 to 0.49, which is 1% lower than the consistent watering into the rice paddies. But the one limitation to this application is that already many farmers are doing the intermittent irrigation. So this project cannot be utilized in the actual market. And also we found out the silicate fertilizer also can work for the reduction of the methane. So if we input the silicate the fertilizer, it can reduce the emission of the methane according to our research. For example, we give 1 to 2 tons of the methane of silicate, it can reduce the 14% of the methane emission. This 14% can be compensated in the carbon emission ETS market. So I cannot go to more in detail due to the time constraints, but I try to apply this into the Kimhae International Eco Village. So by providing the biochar to increase the accumulated soil carbon, and also I try to reduce the methane emission using the intermittent irrigation and silicate fertilizers. I gave the 5 tons of the biochar, then the sequestration, it's around 8 tons of the CO2 reduction. And for the intermittent irrigation, we can reduce 4 tons, and silicate is 1 ton. So in total, we can reduce the 12 tons. So we can receive 120,000 won in the voluntarily reduction market. However, if it goes to the outside market, ETS market, the price becomes like 310,000 won. So it can be utilized strategically for the farming household. So if it can be used for the cooperatives or the farmers association, that can become the huge incentives and the huge growth engine for the farming industry. So I had a tight time for the presentation. If you have any questions or comments, please contact me, and then I will give you the almost effort to give a more detailed information. That's the wrap for my presentation, and thank you for listening. Thank you for your wonderful message, Professor. As the new growth engine, and he talked about the voluntarily reduction project. Also, we have to adopt the low carbon farming, eco farming, and then we can trade the credits we reduced in the agriculture in the ETS market. It can become the great incentives for the farmers. And he also talked about the application about the biochars for the soil sequestration. So using this kind of complex technologies, maybe we can use as the economic value. So this sequestration is proper for the field, but it still has a problem in the rice paddies. So he also gave us a very detailed idea about this method. So the next is the second presenter.
And second presenter is Director General Song Jae-won of Rural Development Administration. He is a representative and technical member of Korea Sustainable Agriculture Mechanization Center under the Asia Pacific Economic and Social Committee, or ASCAP, under the UN, and a digital agricultural technology expert under the Food and Agriculture Organization, or FAO. And he will talk about the global smart agriculture-led future of agriculture. Please give him a big round of applause. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I am talking about the current status of Korean agriculture, which is very regrettable, and I will talk about the overview of the RDA, or Rural Development Administration, and our efforts and the future change that the agriculture will experience. And this is the current status of agriculture, and actually Korean population is amounting to more than 50 million, but of which 22 million people are engaged in agriculture, which accounts for 4.3%. So they should deserve our recognition and sense of gratitude because they feed us. However, but the average age of the employees is 42, but the average age for the farmers is over 68. This is very difficult to be sustainable. So then after 10 years, they reach 78 years old. The muscles might atrophy, so they are not able to go for the hard work. And in the rural communities, 68% of the rural residents aged over 65 or older. So this shows how difficult the rural areas are. The reasons are varying because there are lack of infrastructure. Of course, we have 129 local governments, of which there is no OBG department for 68 local governments, which makes it difficult for the younger generations to re-migrate into the rural areas. And as well, we are now experiencing global warming these days. And as previous speaker said that the carbon neutrality is important, of course we'll limit the 1 or 2 degrees Celsius global warming. And our body average is 37.5 degrees Celsius. 1 degree Celsius increase or 2 degrees Celsius increase, this might be lethal for human body. What about the plants? 1 degree Celsius increase is like nuclear bombing to plants. So the global warming is of great influence to plants. And there are 300 countries around the world, but we are 109th when it comes to territory size. We have smaller territory compared to other countries, so we try to maximize this. We will need to complement these shortcomings. So we are now having 18 FTAs, and now 12 countries are under negotiation with Korea. Then which makes number 3 in terms of Korea's economic territory. But the problem here is that our food self-sufficiency is less than 50%, and also crops and including feed, the self-sufficiency is less than 20%. We need to increase this up to 50%. Unfortunately, we eat bread frequently, but the future self-sufficiency for bread is wheat is 0.8% and wheat for 3% and beans for 30%. And beans are from Korea. There is a Duman River. Actually, the Du is from the bean in Chinese character, but only self-sufficiency for beans is about 30% these days. Very regrettable. Then, what makes agriculture difficult to find younger generations and new influx of labor forces? Of course, there are many numerous reasons, but we are now living in a capitalistic society, so in that society, capital is worshipped. The capital should be recirculated so that we can reap benefits and profits. So we deposit our money or we do investment in other sectors. So this capital should be circulated into the market. However, agriculture shows the longer period of liquidity circulation. So this makes it difficult for people to put a lot of investment in this agriculture sector. Of course, now we have fourth industrial revolution technologies which will be utilized in our rural areas and the agriculture area. This is the topic of my presentation. And RDA is government fund agency. And of course, there are departments such as MAFRA, and also there's agencies like us, and also there is a administration and committee as well. So a total of 47 Korean government agents are kept up and running, but the RDA is the one and only research institute among those 47 government agencies. And the agriculture will change from a variety of crops to quality-driven agriculture. And actually, this is not our view. On April, the Forbes magazine predicts that the 10 digital technologies that are transforming agriculture, IoT, drone, and so forth. So such technologies will be utilized in the agriculture, which leads to transformation in this sector. And the fourth industrial revolution from 2016, we first heard about this terminology, but what about the application of this technology into the agriculture sector? So big data, AI, CPS, cyber, physics, IoT, 3D printing. Actually, you might think the agriculture has no relevance with these technologies. However, when these technologies meet agriculture, there might be a great transformation. So when we use big data in the agriculture sector, when we cultivate crops, we fully utilize and interpret data, which increases the efficiency. And AI cloud technology will be utilized in the agriculture sector, which leads to intelligence production and data collection and automatic production and so forth. And the packaging will also be areas of application of the fourth industrial revolution. Then, what about the agriculture sector, which utilizes the fourth industrial revolution? Of course, there are many applicability here. So we are preparing for this. So smart agriculture is a talk of town. So let me define the terminology. So precision agriculture, precision farming or precision agriculture is about to minimize input when we grow crops, which leads to increase in productivity and yield. And in 2014, we have started Smart Farm. This is the automated facilities, and the digital agriculture has all about the different processes. So spawning and replanting, cultivation, breeding, and also other distribution and up until to the table of consumers. So this every stage can be going digital. This is all about the digital agriculture. So smart agriculture is a high level concept of that contains these kind of subcategories. And we have smart farm multi-government agency package projects. So the application of the fourth industrial revolution technologies in this agricultural sector requires the whole of the government approaches, because RDA alone is not able to do. And from 2021 to 2027, we try to put more than 300 billion won in our budget. And this smart farm is about facilities, right? But actually, only 5 to 6% is facility agriculture. Of course, this can be supported by smart farming, but the amount is only 5 to 6%. So we need to open road farming. This should be also going digital and smart as well. So this is an open road smart farming, and this open road smart farming is also areas of our focus. And up until we try to invest in the sector amounting to 400 billion won. This will lay the fertile ground for youth to come back into the rural areas, and they can create profits. We try to provide technological infrastructure. At the same time, the government will provide a supplementary infrastructure. And also, digital platform government is the target which connects all the data. And the data itself here is that the data from the agriculture and also data from the medical diagnosis or real world data. So this kind of data will be interconnected. Of course, we try to adhere to the privacy policy as well. And we will make agriculture production digital. Then 30% of the agriculture in Korea will go smart. Then the self-sufficiency rate of 40% can be raised up to 50%. And the self-sufficiency, the 50% of that is in a rough manner, can be likened to we are usually having 5 dishes, but of that, half of them from Korea and half of that from foreign territories. So we need to increase the self-sufficiency up to 50% or more. So the future agriculture will transpire like this, automated and digitalized. In the past, let's say I'm a farmer, we evaluate the size and how much big machinery I have, then this lead us to calculate the competitiveness of my farms. But later then, what kind of platforms, what kind of AI are you using are the questions. Then this will allow us to estimate the competitiveness of agriculture. This is the power of data. What about the big data itself here? So as I mentioned before, the big data is about the individual information or data or my medical data and the farming data. So full interpretation of data will allow pharmacy to do differently, to their works differently. So the doctors give us prescription and the pharmacy gives us a prescribed medicines. And let's say I have a disease, and then the doctors will give you some prescribed medicine, but all of the data and the medical data can be managed by the government. Then my information is available to pharmacists. Then the pharmacy will recommend some kind of good fruit. Let's say I have a osteoporosis. Then they will recommend some beneficial or functional food in pharmacy. So actually from the breeding to plowing, spawning, replanting, cultivation, and the distribution, all of these processes will are all interlinked among agriculture sector. This can be also going digital. Then the agriculture is not about the primary industry. Actually, for primary industry, agriculture will go over the primary industry and they will go to the secondary or tertiary industry, and this also creates a artistic values. The future of agriculture is about science, culture, agriculture, IT, and biotechnology. And actually there are 40 seconds of video clip.
탈 때 길거리에서 손을 들고 택시를 탔어요. 근데 요즘은 택시 부를 때 전부 다 앱으로 스마트폰으로 이렇게 부르는 분 안 계시잖아요. 지금 디지털 농업에 바로 적용하기는 아마 힘들 겁니다. 경제적인 문제도 있고 여러 가지고 힘들겠지만 우리나라가 가지고 있는 IT 인프라라든가 세계적인 기술의 발전 방향을 보면은 아마 한 5년 이내에 이게 농업에 급격하게 퍼질 것 같고요. 그걸 미리서 대비해서 저희가 준비를 하고 있는 겁니다.
Thank you. This wraps up my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you once again, and Director General Song, thank you for your informative presentation. Actually, no small changes are witnessed in agriculture sector, but he talks about the current status of the agriculture sector, and also he provide us with insight regards to the fourth industrial revolution technology applicability in the agriculture sector and smart farm and open road farming and the data technologies are all discussed by Director General. So in the near future, there might be grand transformation in the agriculture sector, which leads to increased added value here. And actually, of course, this is not similar to the eco farming, but he provides us with the future direction that we have to aspire for. So actually, we can correct the current situations and we can grow crops in an effective manner. Thank you very much.
마지막으로
Lastly, let me introduce the third presenter. She's from the Climate Change Center. She is a manager of the Developing Countries Corporate Team, Si-eun-jae. She will give the presentation under the title of the Carbon Reduction Through Global Cooperation. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Hello, everyone. I am Si-eun-jae, the team manager of Developing Countries Cooperation team in the Climate Change Center. So this forum's topic is eco farming, but our center is working for the climate change. So among the climate change response, we also try to have a carbon reduction through the global cooperation. So from that perspective, I would like to tell you what kind of activities we have and how can we scale up to the agricultural sector. So before talking about the global cooperation, I will briefly give the overview about the international society and the actual activities done by our center. Climate change and ESG is the given word in the society right now. However, in order for those words to come this far, we had so many the pains and difficulties. So the climate change agenda was firstly mentioned in the UN in 1998, and since then, the many researchers conducted a survey and the research and the actual measurement of the globe and all the damages done by the global warming. And for the first time, the UNFCCC was adopted in 1992 in Brazil. So when the UNFCCC was adopted, the people talked about the implementation method, and that was discussed in the Kyoto in 1997 by adopting the Kyoto Protocol. The most important part of the Kyoto Protocol was that the market mechanism that was adopted for the first time there. Simply speaking, we have to cut the emission right away. However, it is difficult, so we have to do it flexibly. So that was the background of the flexible mechanism, which is the market mechanism. And let me come back to this idea again in more detail later. However, the one thing missed in the Kyoto mechanism was not ratified by the U.S., so it was called a half ratified protocol, but it ended in 2020, and now in post 2020, we are following the Paris Agreement. So I talked about the flexible mechanism, which is a market mechanism. Let me tell you meaning of this a little bit more. So as the representative case, I brought the CDM, which is a clean development mechanism. Briefly speaking, if the annex country can do the emission reduction project in the non-annex country because of the cost and the difficulties. So if they do that in the developing countries, and then the amount of the reduction can turn into the credit, and then that can be the offset of the NDC of the advanced countries. So as we have this kind of market mechanism, we try to have the carbon credits and the other private sector began to be involved in this mechanism. So let me compare the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement a bit. Kyoto Protocol gave the responsibility obligation only to the advanced countries. So the developing country thought that is none of their businesses. However, in the Paris Agreement, there were two principles. The first principle is the common agenda. However, the differentiated responsibilities because each country have the different history of the Industrial Revolution. Another principle is that the respective capabilities. Each country has their own capabilities, and each country should provide what they can do. So in conclusion, in the Kyoto Protocol was obliged only to the advanced. However, in the Paris Agreement, every country across the world have their own responsibilities. So in the Kyoto Protocol, we had the international market mechanism, and the Paris Agreement also followed that the market mechanism. However, those become more refined and giving the more detailed information about that. Among them, especially the Article 6 is very important. Article 6.2 says that the allows the countries to voluntarily cooperate with each other to achieve the emission reduction targets, and the reductions can be able to transfer carbon credits earned from the reduction of the greenhouse gas emission to help one or more countries meet the climate targets. So I think it is time for Korea also to do this. So Article 6.2 was already adopted in Japan and Switzerland like 10 or more 20 years ago. So Korea is a late runner. However, we have the government subsidies, and there is the waking up call from the private sector. However, we need more the willingness and more participation. So under this background, our center has been doing the various activities, and let me give you our projects idea how our projects are done. From 2018, we were working with the Myanmar and the Ghana to provide the high efficiency cook stove. It sounds grandiose. However, this is changing the firewood burner into LPG stove in order to reduce the CO2 emission and then receive the credit from it. So almost 1.6 million stoves were provided to the Myanmar and Ghana so far, and also we improve around 20 to 30% of the energy efficiency improvement through the fuel transition, and we received the 1.12 million CER. So it is very simple. So as you see in the picture above, you can see the firewood cook stove, and then it was changed to the below the cook stove. And as you see the graph here, when they use the conventional firewood, you can see the green line of the graph in the line in the graph. And then if we use the high efficiency cook stove, you can see the green area in the graph that we receive the approval from the UN. So when we do the CDM businesses, the methodology was very important. There was the energy efficiency improvement project. So we selected the energy efficiency methodologies. We are the civic organizations, so the GHG reduction is important, but we have other meaning in our projects. For example, when they use the firewood, the women and the children should go to the mountain to pick up those firewoods, so they could not go to school. However, we made an improvement in the education part by solving this problem into the smart cook stove. And also, we customize a cook stove installation according to the situation of the countries. So we created more jobs in each countries too. This is another business project we did in the Indonesia and the Cambodia. So we call this clean stove installation project, but this is a little different. This is also the fuel conversion project, but the Cambodia farming household has the greenhouse gas from the animal excretion. So we collected this manure excretion, and then we installed the holding tank for this manure, and using the biogas from the holding gas, we provide the biogas to each household. The reason why we started this project is that the Cambodia didn't have the electricity across the nation. So using this biogas, they can use it as an electricity or they can use it as a fuel for the stove. And also they used the firewoods before. But due to these firewoods, there were the number of people who died from the indoor air pollution, which is 10 times higher than the malaria and the AIDS death rate. So we contributed to this health area too. We are doing this clean stove project for 5 years with the Cambodia, the local partners, and the government. This is also registered into the carbon market in the golden standard. So this project is registered already, and then through the CER, from this market, we invest into another project. So we have a very virtuous cycle of the investment and the return. And also, when they use the one cook stove, they can also save the 4.5 tons of the wildfire firewoods and the manure excretion. So far, I introduced our activities project, and this is the new one we try to do in this year, which is a voluntarily carbon market platform that was mentioned in the keynote speech yesterday. How can we facilitate the eco farming more, and then the voluntary market can be used for the eco farming. And Mr. Tobias Grass also talked about the scale and the scale up of the agriculture using the voluntary market was mentioned by the Tobias Grass too. So the voluntary market is different from the obligated countries, the market scheme. So there is no binding force. The people are working voluntarily for the carbon market. And in the COP26 Glasgow, it says that with the reduction market, we cannot reach the target, discussing about the emergence of the voluntarily market. So this market will grow 15 times by 2030, and by 2050, that 100 times. And if you look at this graph here, this was coming from the World Bank in 2021. Already through the voluntary carbon market, 70% of the total market, carbon market, was coming from the voluntary market. However, in Korea, we don't have a voluntary market yet. So, as the civic organization, we wanted to contribute to the global trend and the current status of the Korean government. And then we launched the voluntary carbon market platform called Aura. Through this market, more players come into, and the various areas of the carbon market can be facilitated. So we hope that the global reduction projects can be variable more and more. So with the INF, last August we had the MOU for the voluntary carbon market. So our goal is to facilitate and foster the domestic voluntarily carbon market, and also we try to give the support for the global supply chain for the domestic companies, and also we can contribute. The voluntary market can be contribute to the achieving the Korea's NDC, and they can scale up to and expand to the eco farming and the smart farming to achieve our goal of a 2050 net zero goal. And I'd like to ask your active participation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Shiunjae, thank you for your great presentation. She talked about the global trend to respond to the climate change, and clean stove project was very impressive. So using these reduction projects in the developing countries, maybe we have a food for thought to go forward in the future. And she also talked about the voluntary carbon market platform, Aura. It is very interesting and expecting. 5 years ago, I went to Algeria for working for the ODA there. I believe that so many countries are waiting for the help of Korea. We had the food supply and technological transfer so far, but maybe we can change it into the reduction projects of the greenhouse gas in the developing countries. So the agricultural sector, in terms of the technology and carbon reduction, can grow its technologies for that. So next, we'll then start the panel discussion with all the presenters and the panelists, online and offline. So if you have any questions, please leave it into the chat box so that we can answer to you through the chat box. We don't have enough time, but let me introduce the panelists. We have the 4 people in person. Youngju Jin from the POSCO. She is the head of the byproduct recycling group. We also have Himinan, the director of strategic planning from the Handa company. And we also have Director General Jae-hoon Song and also the Shiun-jae. And we also have the online participants, the Pilju Kim professor from the Gyeongsang National University, and the Bitun Panyakol from the Thailand Earth Net Foundation, Secretary General. He is in charge of the organic farming and the fair trade. He established the Earth Net Foundation to contribute to the organic farming in Thailand. And we have another online participant. We have Luana Buena. She's from Philippines. She's a regional coordinator of the Masipag. She is the Philippine scientist working as a coordinator in the Masipag. And also, she's the member of the PGS in the IFOM. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Then I will give you the 7 minutes each. So to the panel discussant, except the presenter. So first, Youngju Jin from the POSCO will start her discussion.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, I am head of byproduct recycling group Jin Youngju from POSCO. And actually, this POSCO is a steel maker. This is well aware among us. But you might be wondering why POSCO, a person from POSCO is participating in this forum. Actually, steel maker POSCO is producing 350 million ton of steel. And actually, we call this furnace. And actually, this will lead to 111 million ton. So 1 ton of steel requires 0.3 ton of furnace. So this kind of slag is mainly composed of ECAO, SiO2. This is very likened to the natural mineral, and this is for producing cement. And major components, SiO2, is also used for rice paddy and rice cultivation. So actually, this is main source for silic acid fertilizer. And POSCO is you can see the name. In 1973, we started to produce molten metal, and we also slag is used as a silic acid fertilizer. So steel making industry is highly interwoven with agriculture sector. And I am responsible for byproduct recycling activities. So up until now, I am focusing on how to utilize byproduct from the production. But actually, many presenters talked about, and the recent trend taught me that carbon neutrality and climate crisis have in our high interest. But the CO2 emissions from steel making industry is significant, so we need to reduce the GHG emissions for this reason, and there are two approaches here. So in the process of steel making, GHG reduction can be achievable. And we call this on-site business reduction project. So this is one pillar for this. And the second is about the social reduction. This is the second pillar that we are carrying out. Social reduction is that we are not reducing GHG emissions from production, but rather than this, we try to produce eco-friendly products, thereby consumers able to reduce the GHG emissions by using this kind of eco-friendly products. So this is the social reduction, the second pillar that we are carrying out. So actually the blast furnace slag is used for silic acid fertilizer, but the silic acid fertilizer's effect is of our interest, so we need to increase the effectiveness of this fertilizer, thereby reducing GHG emissions. And we invited prominent and eminent scholars at home, and now we are carrying out research on this. And building on these activities of this year, early this year, actually when we also compare the usage of silic acid fertilizers and with and without silic acid fertilizer, and we're able to calculate the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Then there is we all also talking about the further contribution that we are capable of. So on our part, we try to recycle the byproduct, thereby going carbon neutral as well as contributing to the achievement of circular economy. So going beyond the social GHG reduction, we try to be a socially responsible enterprise with our utmost effort. Thank you very much for your listening.
네,
Thank you, Young-Jin, for your wonderful discussion. I thought the POSCO is making just the steel, but they are making the silicate fertilizers from the byproducts of the molten metal. It was a very impressive. And then we have the Hee-min Han, the director of the strategic planning from the Handa company. So I prepared the PPT slide. Maybe you cannot turn it on. Then I will just start. I am the Hee-min Han, who is heading the strategic planning. I'm the energy expert. It's been 12 years working in the energy, and I'm working for the Handa for 10 years. And also I published the book about the energy. In 2016, and also I wrote the article about the ESS a lot, received the medal of the Ministry of the Industry. So the reason why I was interested in the energy and the eco farming, during the No Foundation, it was the great area, prime area for the eco farming and the renewable. But this renewable energy and recycling energy, alternative energy, is just a small amount. Even after we have the government support and the environmental activities, the work, the reason why the renewable energy was not popular was because of the low acceptance from the public and the high price of the renewable energy. So whether it's a fuel cell or the nuclear energy, we have to receive the public acceptance first to go for that. So Honda company is working for the massive the fuel cell businesses. So distributed fuel cells, it can be installed, and then maybe we can give some subsidies to the town, but maybe using the protective agriculture facilities, the farming facilities, maybe we can promise the higher production of the farmers, and also we can generate the electricity. So not only this smart greenhouse, we also have the container panel in the urban area. So far, we provided our panel for the rice and the bean, but we need the thermal adjustment or the cooling adjustment for the farmland, and we also plan the container farm, and in also the rural area they can have an aqua farm. So if we set the proper temperature, we can grow the fish in the aqua farm in the rural area, and when we also change the mix of the feed for the cow, maybe we can make the fertilizers, a different fertilizer, or we can use a fertilizer using the seaweeds from the aqua farms. In Kimcheon City, we built a new solar panel over the top of the greenhouse, plastic greenhouse, so that we can reduce the emission of the greenhouse gas. So solar generation use the solar light, so we do not produce any CO2. But currently the electricity is coming from all the other energies like solar, wind, and the nuclear. But we have like a 440 gram per kilowatt, and then for the fuel cell, we have the 200 per the kilowatt. And the solar panel do not have any the carbon emission, so which is very useful. But we are doing businesses by connecting the CO2 reduction. So POSCO next to me is a large company, so they get a lot of attention. However, in order to write down on the business plan, we can do this only when we have the minimum, the 1 gigawatt hour, due to the labor cost and the working hours. So if we have to follow the market logics, the small companies do not have any room to stand. However, in order to limit the global warming to the 1.5 Celsius degree, the size of the company do not matter. Even the small companies should join in this movement. So step by step, maybe carbon tax and the low carbon farming. So maybe we can approach the tax exemption first, and then maybe we can go to the ETS. So ETS has a limitation because the carbon itself is a bad thing, but we have to sell and buy the carbon credit. It doesn't make sense according to the poop. So as we make the ecosystem for the industry, I think if we have to take the graded step for this, so that not only the large company but also the SMEs and the other small companies should join the hands to reduce the emissions. And next time I will promise that I can bring the more actual the cases and the references to you. Thank you, Mr. An. I like your company name. It means handa in meaning the do in English. So today we are talking about the forming a strategic partnership with the enterprises for eco farming. So I can see that the many companies are working so hard, even making the aqua farm in the rural areas.
And now we'd like to invite speakers from overseas. Now we'd like to first listen to Secretary General of Bitun Banyakul. And actually, are you there online? Are you with us online, Secretary General of Bitun Banyakul? Please share your opinions. The floor is yours. Please give him a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. Good morning from Thailand. I just have a very short story to share with you about the initiative we've been working on since last year. As a lot of the presenter has already talked a little bit about many companies are now committed to carbon neutrality or net zeros for the emission of the greenhouse gas. And we have been approached by big companies to work to see whether there is a potential for organic farming that we've been working on for the last 30 years in Thailand, whether they can sink or capture carbon and how much. So we did a study looking at this the carbon credit scheme, and we think it's probably not a very workable approach. Basically, two things. One is the cost of the verification of the carbon credit is too high. Quite often, it's too high than the income to be earned by the farmer itself. So you don't actually earn anything. You actually have to pay more than you earn. And second is the methodology also have a bit of problematic because it's focused more on the greenhouse gas emission rather than on the carbon sequestration of the farm. And in organic farming, of course, you know that in the biological science in general, we know that soil can keep a lot of carbons in the what we call the soil organic carbon forms. So we have developed a new methodology, and we just finished it on making methodologies to do a calculation of carbon sequestration by different activities of organic farm compared to conventional farms. And I don't think we have much time to go into the details. It's quite not really complex, but there's some kind of mathematic formulas which we use based on collecting the data from farmers, which can be integrated into the organic inspection through the internal control system or even PGS, the participatory guarantee systems. You collect the additional data, and based on that, we can already derive at a rough estimate of the carbon sequestration by the organic farmers. And this approach is a bit more interesting because it's looking at the ongoing, the present and the futures, not like the old carbon credit scheme, which look more the past and the present. You know, if you use the carbon credit scheme, the approach, you compare the past and the present, which means that if you earn more carbon credit, if you're very bad in the past, you emit a lot of greenhouse gas, and therefore once you change, then you earn something. But if you're already good farmers, you've been organic farmer for the last 30 years, you already emit very few carbon greenhouse gas. By continuing through it, you almost earn nothing because you've been good all the times. And that's why we are looking into the present and ongoing, so from present and the future rather than past and present, which is this is one of the key approach. And you can, again, it can be integrated into the existing work that have been done by the ICS and the PGS in the organic certification. And the basic activities, the key activities that we look into, it's 5 areas. One is the compost, using compost, using, that's the first. Second is to use carbon-rich organic fertilizers to fertilize the crop. And because a lot of people now using what we call the liquid fertilizer, which is maybe good for the plant, but not very good for the soil and not good for the climate because it contains very few carbons. The integration of the third is the integrating of the crop residues, green manure or crop rotation. All these residues, when you incorporate back into the soil, it increase the soil organic matters. Biochar, I think the first speaker, if I'm not mistaken, has explained that. That's a great thing, and it shall be encouraged. Of course, you cannot use too much biochar, otherwise you have to use it in combination with other organic fertilizer, otherwise it will not increase the yield. And last but not least is what we call the reduced tillage. The more till, the more plowing of the soil, the release of organic carbon from the soil will be higher, and therefore reduction of tillage will also help to capture more carbon in the soil. Okay, that I think it's time for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was Vitun Panyatun, the Secretary General of the EarthNet Foundation. So when we expand the organic farming, in order to solve the carbon trade credit problem, he suggested that we have to reflect the past and the future together. And he also talked about the technological aspect of the plowing, no plowing, and the fertilizer. Next, we have the Rowena Buena from the Philippines. She is a regional coordinator of the Masipag. Please go ahead.
Yes, good day to everyone. I am from the Philippines, and Masipag is my organization. So Masipag is, it means diligent in English. It also translates to Farmer Scientist Partnership for Development. So we are a network of farmers organization, scientists and NGOs working towards farmer empowerment and rural development through biodiversity conservation, and improvement of farm ecosystems through sustainable practices and farmer developed and adapted technologies. So we work closely with small-scale, marginalized and resource-poor farmers. No? So we help them to be capacitated. And basically, their mode of production is organic agriculture. And I would like to thank the presenters for the very great presentation. It is very clear that there is a climate emergency that needs to be addressed, and solutions are presented here, from farm to household level intervention, to technology, to international cooperation. And although agriculture is only fifth in terms of contribution to greenhouse gas emissions, the farming sector is quite very affected, by climate change. But like what Phil Joachim mentioned earlier in this presentation, action should happen at the group or community level, because climate change resiliency or climate change action is a community action. Um, with regards to community action, like we always taught to small-scale farmers in the community, um, it includes all the stakeholders, in their locality, including government agencies, scientists, um, farmer organizations, traders, and all those stakeholders who are involved in the production of their goods. So from production, we promote local production and distribution. In terms of certification, the participatory guarantee system, which is the local certification system done by small-scale farmers, and of course, local marketing to lessen carbon footprint in terms of transportation and production, and of course, it also helps improve the local economy. Um, but however, we see that climate change resiliency is no longer enough, with the climate crisis we are facing. Here in the Philippines, we are ranked first on the list of the global disaster risk hotspots based in the latest World Risk Index report of 2020. Actually, we have an average of 20 typhoons annually. Sometimes we have 26, depending on the situation in the Pacific Ocean. So we are quite vulnerable, which stems from different situations or different factors. From our country's geological position, we are in the Pacific Ring of Fire and we are facing the Pacific. So every time there's typhoon, it comes first to the Philippines. It visited first in the Philippines. Sometimes, most of the time now, no, even in summer days, we have category 5 typhoon. This is very strong typhoon. And so our geological position makes us really vulnerable. And then we have our socio-political and economic condition, which also makes us really vulnerable. So organizations like us, our actions and what we are doing at the ground or in our country should be complemented with policies, with programs, not only by the national government, but international organizations as well as including FAO, the climate change organizations, because we feel climate change every day. This has been part of our lives, and it's getting worse every day. So we strongly oppose the expansion and plantation of GMOs, genetically modified crops, and the use of chemical fertilizers, because this only worsens our situation. The use of glyphosate ready and, like for example, the Roundup ready or the Roundup itself only hastens soil degradation, and during flooding or during very strong typhoon, there are a lot of landslides, flooding in the not only in the farming community, but especially in the metro cities. So we see that the call for climate resiliency should be complemented with the call for climate justice. The biggest polluters should be held accountable for their contribution to climate crisis that we are facing. And organic agriculture is only one part of the solution that we have right now. And we would like to thank the Eco Farming Organization for inviting us and for presenting what's happening on the ground and what's happening in the Philippines in terms of ecological agriculture and organic agriculture. So I think that's it. Thank you very much for inviting me. Good day.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you for your thought-provoking presentation, and it was a regional coordinator from Masipak, Royna Buena. And in Philippines, they have carried out much efforts, in particular regional production and regional marketing, and regional production and certificate system would be of great interest for me. Of course, it is a small scale. However, the small steps can be translated into bigger impact. And of course, the Philippines has been hit hard by the climate change, as she mentioned. But she said the greatest polluter should be held accountable. And actually, I am on the same chapter with you. Thank you very much for your presentation once again. And this is the end of present panel discussion. Is there any question that you received? Is there any questions we receive from online participants? If there is a question, please pop that up. Actually, we are on time. So, is there any question? I would like to receive one question from the floor. Of course, we have one question. Secretary General Kim So-hee, could you please deliver her a microphone? And actually, Director General Song Jeon has mentioned digital agriculture is of my great interest. So utilizing digital technologies to attract younger generations is a bold idea. But actually, the way we utilize IT and its energy consumption is also something that I'd like to address. Carbon agriculture and low carbon agriculture were the topics for 2-day sessions. So actually digital technology might play an important role in going carbon neutral, but at the same time we need to consider the energy efficiency for this. So could you please share your take on this? So actually that was a good question, but actually this is not an exaggeration. It's a great question. So we need to create values at the same time. And our LRDA, we have 1,200 researchers, and one of them are responsible for organic farming, and some of them are responsible for IoT-related sensor development. So they are coupled. So for example, in the post-harvesting, let me take post-harvesting as an example. So when I was responsible for post-harvesting, I only was responsible for management of equipment, and also the utilization of crops after post-harvesting is another bureau, and also the livestock management bureau is also thinking about the utilization of corset of the dead body of animals. So also I am now responsible in the digital area. So when we do IoT based sensor, all the bureaus are interlinked. Of course, it's good for me to point out reference or standard, but I do not have. But for your question, we do have some interlinked or coordinated project. So actually, to add on.
So I'm also working for the RDA. It is very difficult to earn the budget for the organic farming because it is just a 2.5%. But from this year, for 5 years, the RDA, the National Institute of the Agricultural Science, the organic farming and the organic recycling, the circulation research, and we will receive the full budget for this project. So that means that Korean government is very interested in the organic farming and also the response to the climate change, I believe. So the carbon reduction methodology through the organic farming and also, we are committed to a variety of activities such as development of the carbon reduction technologies and the evaluation of the organic farming and advancement of the low-carbon organic technology and the development of the organic models based on the regional characteristics. So when we have the result from this project, maybe we can have a wonderful coefficient so that we can help our farmers in the region. So we had a wonderful discussion with the presenters and the discussants. And I'd like to thank all the participants for your wonderful insight. So if you have more comments or the question, please give us the text or the email. And for the in-person participants, maybe we can have a more talk during the lunchtime. Thank you very much.
제가
Thank you. Actually, I was MC for the first edition of International Forum on Eco Farming, but I found out that this forum is going deeper and deeper. So this concludes the first session of experts. Thank you all the panel's discussants and moderator, Director Park Sang-gu, for moderating and for participating in today's forum. Thank you. Thank you very much. So I have a short housekeeping announcement. We after the lunch we do have session 2, and session 2 is carried out under the theme of ecological farming and ESG, and session 3 is under the theme of sustainable economy and rural community. So your interest will be highly appreciated, and I will be back at 2 p.m. Korean local time. Thank you.
Unlike other planets, our planet has many diverse lives living on it. And the source of this beauty is none other than the Earth. Earth provides man food, clothing, and shelter. She allows humans to cultivate the land, and thus to create civilizations. One handful of Earth contains a great number of living beings, more than all the humans combined. Look at the land we are standing on. There's another universe deep inside the land, but this land with endless potential is now dying. Man's indiscriminate attack on Earth is coming back at us in the form of climate crisis. The worst situation is upon us. We're facing a crisis, and we need a solution to resolve it. Actually, the solution can be found near us. It's the eco-farming on the land we are standing on. We can recover climate balance and save the nature and humanity if we use eco-farming as a key. We need to live with the nature, not against her. In the International Forum on Eco-Farming, we study carbon-neutral agricultural policy, research for sustainable ESG business models, and listen to the voice of the field to make a society where humans and the nature coexist in harmony. Keynote session, Agricultural Policies for Achieving Carbon Neutrality. Expert Session 1, Forming a Strategic Partnership with Enterprises for Eco-Farming. Expert Session 2, Ecological Farming and ESG. Expert Session 3, Sustainable Economy and Rural Community. Healthy food for us, a safe place for animals. Eco-farming gives rest to nature and is with you. 2022, the Second International Forum on Eco-Farming.
네, 점심
Did you enjoy your meal? Good. So we have the full audience for the afternoon session. Good to see you all. And then let us start the second session. So I will invite the moderator and the panelists on the stage. All the panelists and the moderator, please come forward to the stage. Meanwhile, I will give you the housekeeping announcement. The simultaneous interpretation is provided for the session, and you can set the channel 1 for Korean, 2 for English, and 3 for Japanese. And also, this program has the live streaming service on YouTube in Korean and in English. And now we are having this program in the Civic Culture Experience Center in Bongha Village and in Gimhae cities. So you can see the Korean and English programs live streamed online on YouTube. So you can enjoy all the programs, and you can also check the presentations on our website, and you can participate in a Q&A session using chat box. So please use those functions. Then let me introduce the Dr. Muson Kwak. He will be the moderator, and he received a doctorate degree from the Chuo University in Japan for the surface chemistry, and he is in charge of the LG display material process and new technology development and the ESG environmental technology. Please give him a big round of applause. Nice to see you all. Welcome to this session. This is the ESG session, which is joined by all the companies, and I hope that you can have a fruitful time during this session. ESG and the climate response is the topic of this session. So how can we give the social value to the carbon reduction? So this is not an option anymore. This is a must. And if we cannot measure it, we cannot make an improvement. So the measuring is very important, and that can be by the companies. So for the eco farming, how can we treat the water, and how can we recycle the plastics, and then lastly, how can we converge energy from the waste? So those will be all discussed during this session. Then we have the first presenter. And let me invite the Seung-yeon Ban from the O2B. He will talk about the impact of the ESG environmental agriculture and the water treatment technology. And O2MB was recognized by the Ministry of Environment, and they received the certificate of the merit because they had a lot of the social contribution in the Tanzania and the Senegal. So please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, I am talking about ESG, eco-friendly agriculture, and water treatment impact and its technology. I'm from O2B. I'm CEO Pan Seung-hyun. And let me brief you on the overview. Actually, when it comes to water treatment, drinkable water or agricultural water, are impacting billions of people, but the climate change will bring about contamination and also greater impact on water. Of course, advanced nations or nations are capable of higher advanced technologies and its provision, its supply infrastructure. However, the third party or third world or developing world are finding difficult to process that kind of water. As you can see, Ghana, Senegal, and Bangladesh, those countries are having difficulty in processing water for drinkable water and for agricultural water. Of course, the advanced nations are doing their best effort to provide their help to those developing nations. But let me take some examples. So in the Japisi village in Ghana, there are higher ionized water in the water, so they are lacking in drinkable water. So we provide RO system or a reverse anominosis system with a higher cost, but actually they shut down their operation after 6 years of operation. And also Ethiopia shares the same problem. Of course, there in this case fluorine issues are there, but higher cost or RO system itself showed defects, so they are not able to address themselves because so this leads to shutdown of the water treatment or purification facilities. And around the world, there are some issues when it comes to water, but highly ionized water are greatly impacting the water.
고농도 철분 때문에 농사를 짓는데 굉장히
With a higher content of Fe or iron, this also leads to difficulties in agriculture, or salt or fluorine or arsenic are highly included in the water, which leads to difficulty in agriculture sector. So MCDI, our technology is used to provide treatment for system at a affordable price. So in order to remove salt, the basic technology is RO or reverse osmosis. This is mainly used. And this with the applied higher pressure, there is a semi-permeable membrane which filters the feed, and this will lead to pure water. But the 50% of the feed or treated water was for drinkable water, and the rest of them will go into waste. So it requires a lot of energy consumption. At the same time, RO-PIPA, which is a consumable and higher cost filter, or this actually goes into waste as well. So the eco-friendly water treatment is not achievable with reverse osmosis at affordable cost. So we need to overcome such kind of barriers for water treatment. So eco-friendly agriculture and its agricultural water should overcome such kind of success factors. First, it should be provided at an affordable cost for water purification facilities, and also it should feature higher efficiency. Let's say we have 1% of the feed, of which 80% of them would be treated for agricultural or drinkable purposes, and the rest of them will be going into waste. And of course, easy to be installed and maintained. So, which means farmers are easily able to establish and install such purification facilities. And of course, the scalability should be ensured. When there is expansion of arable land, then this should require scalability. This is why scalability is one of the KSF. And also eco-friendliness profile should be secured with no chemical treatment. And of course, for lower energy and lower cost, this would be the final cost of a factor of key success factor. So on that in mind, we try to establish platform for those technology. And of course, there are alternative solutions. MCDI is our proprietary technology, which this has low carbon emission profile, and we do not use chemical treatment or process. It's very eco-friendly. With regards to water stress issues or environmental degradation issues, we are able to provide a fertile ground for eco-friendly agriculture. The reason why I am talking to you this is that the developed nations or advanced nations, or in such as Korea, are fully capable of addressing such issues, and they tend to turn their blind eye to this water treatment. But many these developing nations are finding difficult to provide agricultural water via water purification process. So this is the core competitiveness that we are enjoying. So this will be technical. Existing RO process, our MCDI has been characterized by a shallow membrane. This serves as a filter. It requires 1.2 volt or voltage. Then, like magnetics, actually the magnetic absorb the Fe. This also the same applies to our small and shallow membrane. And also when we shut the power supply, the Fe is naturally detached. So there is no further element here, which means longer duration of maintenance and eco-friendliness. And our technology, MCDI, of course, there are similar CDI technologies, but we outperform such similar CDI technologies. We have 31% efficiency, and 85% of the Fe will be removed, and there is no filter required and no chemical treatment required. And this is very modular, which means we are somewhat free from spatial constraint. And let's say there is one farmer who is responsible for this. The farmer is able to manage. And this is results from the Laboratory of Water Quality is as follow. And this is result from Tanzanian R&D Center. And we measure the raw water on 2018 August. pH was 8.61 and TDS 243 and fluoride 18. There are higher concentration here, but on the same day, we measured the treated water. The TDS was reduced to 11.8%, which means that 95% of them will be removed. And also fluorine is reduced to 0.26. So we provide a higher efficiency at a lower energy cost. So this is very energy efficient. And also this is a very modular and smaller. So you can see the cassette, and with this, it can provide 100 ton to 200 ton per day, which means agriculture farmers or farms are able to grow crops with our cassette. And to improve the efficiency, of course, the feed contains a lot of components such as ions and so forth. So we try to provide this kind of cassette for higher performance and efficiency, and this can be controllable via online or remotely. Then here is about practical application. There are larger smart farms in Korea, but when it comes to smart farms, actually they have to use RO, remote osmosis, but with our installation, these consume 1/5 of electricity, which was used for RO. And then our facilities provide treated water, and the wasted water are recollected, and this can be repurified so that it can be discharged or it can be treated for reuse. So this is one of our strengths that our plant has. And also this is a site on Puyo, and you can see there is a red floor, which means higher concentration of iron or Fe. So this serves as a barriers for agriculture. But with our cassette, we are able to remove 99% or nearly 100% of iron or Fe. So this leads to sustainable agriculture practices. And there are 3,000 sites, but there are well drilled from the Ministry of Environment, but every drilled well show 50 ppm of Fe, and this is Danhyang case, and there are a lot of lime concentration. Of course, there is no issue for growing crops, but the lime residues will affect the quality of crops that should be consumed or sold to consumers. So we try to remove the lime as well. And this is not for Korean case, this is for Tanzanian case. And in this case, there is a higher concentration of fluorine, which impact people's life. So with our cassette, 6,000 households are now beneficiaries of our cassette. And in Tanzania, we have provided our installments on 10 sites. In Malaysia, there is a higher concentration or content of Fe or iron. So we provide our facilities, and we are able to remove 95% of Fe or iron in the water. And there is a Lope village in Senegal, which I'd like to draw your attention to. On the upper side of your PPT slide, the red zone was the arable land, but that was only possible when there's a heavy rain. But when we do irrigation via underground, but this shows TDS of 2,000. So this was not a fertile ground for growing crops. This is why they do single cropping, but with our installations, they are able to do triple or quadruple dropping. So actually, quadruple cropping, which leads to accumulation of wealth for that village. Actually, the same cases are found in our Korea, and also higher concentration of Fe is one of the issues in Korea. So then, how can we do that environmentally and with ESG concerned? And this is an Ethiopian village case. The water in the village shows a higher concentration of fluorine. Of course, it affects the growth of crops, so we can help them out. And also, the drinkable water is affected by the higher concentration of fluorine. So, our technology will serve as a perfect solution for this. And we are collaborating with LG Display, and this is one of the projects. And LG Display is one of the semiconductor processing, and also there is a higher concentration, the TARMA, which is a higher concentration concentrated wastewater. So through the project led by the government, that we remove almost TDS, which was at 2000. But actually, this kind of water is not dischargeable. So on the government level, we are able to provide a solution for that. And this is a chemical plant, and TAMA, TMAH, actually, this is very lethal. Once you are exposed to TAMA within 10 minutes, it leads to death. So we are able to eco-friendly treat TAMA, and the safety of the material and the eco-friendly treatment of the TAMA and its foundation was established. Then why is the remaining issue? I put a lot of emphasis on the reason why. Especially the water industry and the agriculture. Actually, the way we use water goes smart and sophisticated, advanced. So actually, it serves as a determinant factor for high quality crops. Then the introduction of such technologies will allow us to set the golden standard for crops in uniformity. Then this will affect the value of crops that farmers grow. And through these activities, we are able to have carbon emission reduction credits. Actually, there is a growing trend for carbon credit cost because of the climate change. In Korea, we have lower cost for carbon credit, but it only goes upward given all these considerations, and this should also draw farmers' attention. The advancement of agriculture and the IT-based solutions will be established and applied on the site. Then we are able to provide data platform for agricultural water. And this also holds great potential as well. Through these activities, we are able to advance agriculture, and also we try to increase the quality of food and crops from smart farms. I thank you. I wrap up my presentation. Thank you for your thought-provoking presentation. I'd like to throw a question to you. Of course, actually, question should be deferred to the last session, but as a warming up, you talked about the Iran in Puya, but what about the Gyeongnam or Busan? Actually, they suffered from a higher concentration of Fe or a salinity, higher salinity as well. Of course, this is not drinkable. Of course, for agriculture purpose, those kind of higher contents will affect the agriculture or the growth of the crops. Then this will lead to water stress issues, or this kind of solutions can be considered to provide agriculture water. Then the salinity is coming from the oceans because the villages are adjacent to the sea. Of course, there might be a growing number of reclamation land. The river is not an option here because there are those villages adjacent to the oceans. Then our solution can be considered as solution or alternative for that. Then actually the Senegal Love Village left a great impression on me. Then you mean your solutions will lead to higher productivity of crops? Of course, the Rope Village is adjacent to oceans, which means there is a higher infiltration of ocean or sea water into the ground. Of course, there are some ups and downs when depending on monsoon seasons or dry season. But nevertheless, despite the fact, our solutions will be used for them to secure sustainability in the agriculture. And one more question to you. In personal, I was born and raised in rural areas, so actually the pests and insects are more influencing influencing more than the water. This is the knowledge I have. But what is your take on this? Actually, I am an expert in water treatment. I am not on the right position in giving a great answer, but actually our facilities are set and established on overseas. Of course, pests and infectious disease are affecting the productivity or yield of crops, but in some regions, because of the water stress, there are areas where they are not able to do crops or cultivation. So you have a lot of questions for that. So please be patient. Stay at the very end of our sessions. We do have Q&A sessions. If you have any question, please raise your hand.
드리겠습니다.
Yes, I locate someone raising his hand.
생각을 하고 계신가요?
Actually, the water itself can be purified or it cannot be purified, but this is not relevant to our technology. But the changes in environment or ecosystem or climate change will affect the water. So there are some cases where people are not able to use that water anymore. Then that is the area where our technologies are coming into play. Of course, there are some similar technologies that we offer, but in line with those themes that we have, how can we do that in an eco-friendly manner with ESG factors considered? Then we need to purify water and then to be supplied. Then, if that's the case, we have to do that in an eco-friendly manner at a lower cost. Thank you very much.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
제가
I'm sorry, I need to keep my time allocation for the online participants. So if you do have question, please keep it yourself and then please throw a question at the Q&A session. Thank you very much.
두 번째 시간
Next presentation is about the bioplastic utilization plan for the eco-friendly ecological agriculture. So the Mr. CEO Kim Sung-yeon of the KTEC will talk about this. And the bioplastic for the eco-farming is for the first time invented by him. So the bioplastic is difficult to be developed. That's why we are emphasize the recycling. So how the bioplastic can be applied to the eco-farming will be explained by the Mr. Kim, I believe. Hello, everyone. I am CEO of the KTEC, which produces bioplastic. The reason why we started this we started last year, but then this bioplastic came to the world for the first time in 1870. So we produce a lot of plastics across the world from 1950 to 2015. So 8.3 billion plastic was produced so far. But just 9% of these were only recycled, and the 6.3 billion tons were landfilled or burned. Due to the COVID pandemic, the early 2000 was expected to produce, but we cannot trace this plastic path because we do not have any measurement about this. And we have also the recycling program for the apartment complex, but the standalone house has difficulties in the waste management in terms of the recycling. So we cannot trace the travels or the movement of the plastics. That's the concern right now. And not only for the industry, but also in the agricultural industry, we can use the bioplastic. So I will tell you the application of the bioplastic for the agricultural industry. For the farming, we can use the plastic for the plastic greenhouse and also the mulching. And in terms of plastic bottles, we have the bottles for the herbicides and the pesticide. And also we can use the plastic for the wrapping package, and also we have a tray port. So we use a lot of plastic films with the bottles. So bioplastics, that includes the plastic films, but it is difficult to find in Korea. So I will focus on the waste management. In 2019, annually 320,000 tons were produced from the village and the rural area. That's the plastic films. And that was collected in 24 centers for the recycling or the reprocessing. And also, the Ministry of Environment announced that only 90% is not recycled. Here you can see the number 320,000, but it is not just plastic films. In this number, we also have other waste like glass bottles and the other plastic bags. The farming household received the incentive for the recycled. So for the wasted plastic films can be recycled, but we cannot find the trace of these waste plastic films, and we believe that those are the landfilled or burnt. So this is the process of the recycling. So through all these process, we have the fluff and the pellet. So for the fluff, for the recycles, we need to have a secondary processing. And only when we have the pellet, we can make this plastic again. So only 20% of the total plastic waste can turn into the pellet. So I can say that the plastic has a very low recycling rate. And also the fluff needs the secondary process to become the plastic, so cost is very high. So it is difficult for the export or those are sent to China or the Philippines. And in the Uiseong, recently we had the garbage mountain. So those mountain was built with the waste from the agricultural industry. We use a lot of plastics. So in order to reduce the plastics, we have to decrease the consumption, or we have to recycle the plastic more. If you go to the mountain, you can see so many waste on the road, like plastic bottles and plastic bags. It almost around 60,000 tons per year. So since the beginning, inception of the plastic in 1870, those plastic was not decomposed yet. It takes around 300 or 600 years to be decomposed. The PET plastic, which is produced highest in the world, takes 80 to 90% of the total plastics across the world. PET is a very cheap material, and it is very strong, and it is easy to mold. But the weakest point of the PET is that it is not biodegradable. It takes 600 years in the natural environment, and it takes 470 years in the lab environment. And also, this PET produces the microplastics because it has the strong intensity. So from the conflict and the UV, it produces the microplastics a lot. Across the world, the production of this microplastic is not that big. That's mostly come from the clothing. So when we say the microplastic, it is a plastic smaller than the 5 millimeter, but the microplastics is coming from the clothing, and mostly the microplastics are in the ocean. The microplastics, so we do not know any mechanism or where this microplastic come from, has not known yet. And also, we don't have any impact assessment about the human body. So in order to reduce the microplastic, we need to reduce the use of the plastics. So the countries around the world try to reduce of the usage, and also they try to reuse the plastic, and also they try to replace to more environmentally friendly materials. So bioplastic is not harmful to the human body. So we can say that it's less harmful than the usual plastics. If it is biodegraded, it turns into the water and the CO2. Because the synthesized plant is the source of the bioplastics, and then it becomes the plastic in the world and used, and then it turns into the water and CO2 again. So the bioplastic is called the PLA, and that is used for the food container. And if you look at your plastic bottle of the water bottle, the cap is made by the PLA. So you can easily see the bioplastic in your life. There are many types in the bioplastics, whether depending on its decomposition And some are biodegradable, and the others are bio-based plastics. Biodegradable plastics also means the 90% of the plastic should be decomposed within 6 months. However, in natural, it takes a year. And also the bio-based plastics is supposed to be decomposed within a year, but it takes more than 2 years. However, compared to the 300 to 400 history of the plastics, this time frame is very short. But if we use a biodegradable plastic, its characteristic, the plastic's characteristic, can be lost using by making this as the bioplastics. So I believe that this bioplastic should be used for the purpose depending on its intention. This is the test for the biodegradation, but that was done under the lab environment with the 50% humidity. So it is gone in the lab, but in the natural environment, it takes more than a year to decompose. So we put the bioplastic around the window panel, but we have to check whether it is gone inside the soil. So it is not biodegradable that fast in the soil itself. However, bioplastic means that it has more than 20% of the bio materials inside, and it doesn't emit the environmental hormone, and also it can reduce the fine dust. That's why you have to use the bioplastic for the environment. But of course, we need a lot of requirements. So O2MB, together with the LG Display, we conducted the research. Because our LG Display is focusing on the ESG a lot, so they made the LG Display asked us to make the package, the product package. So PET is very strong, so it is easy to be broken, harming people, and giving the cut to the people. So, however, the bioplastic is not that strong, but we change the characteristic of the plastic so that it is not easily to be broken, and it doesn't give any harm to people. And we already finished the traceability study. We always blame China for fine dust. However, the bioplastic is already developed in China earlier than Korea. So China tried to collect the 80% of the waste plastic, and once they set it in the law, they do it. So they are recollecting the 80% of the waste plastics. And the food container is very popular in China because delivery service and the culture is very popular in China. So they are making such kind of a food container a lot. It costs around 251 per container, which is very cheap. So they could not collect the food tray after the delivery. They are using this disposable the food container a lot. So the 80% is quite a lot. After they collecting these waste, they do the recycle, but they is coming to the Korea, and after reprocessing, that is sold again as the plastic. So in the farming sector, you can replace your plastic films to the bioplastics. However, the bioplastic is quite difficult, quite expensive, which is 1.5 times higher. So it must be difficult for the farming sector farmers to use these bioplastics. So when there is a government subsidy, maybe the farmers can use these bioplastics. And usually we use the cornstarch or the cotton. No, the cane, sugar cane, and corn starch, but we are trying to use the new materials for the bio plastics. So I believe that we will see also development in the technology. So plastics cannot be replaced 100% with the bioplastic. However, we have so many applications we can replace. So we have the bad side that this bioplastic is still expensive, but if there is any benefits for subsidies from the government, I believe that the farming sectors can use these bioplastics. And this bioplastic, if you bury in the soil, it is gone after 2 or 3 years. So we can see a lot of saving from the bioplastics. So I believe that we have a lot of application to replace the plastic in the farming sectors. Thank you. This is all from my side. I also brought the samples of the bioplastic. So after this session, let me distribute you the sample of the bioplastics. Thank you. So how to apply the bioplastic to the farming sector was the topic of the presentation. Let me give you a question. We talked about the cellulose. In Gyeongnam area, we have a lot of reeds. You said that the bioplastic is expensive. So I believe that we have a lot of materials we can use. So if we can utilize these local materials, I think you can decrease the price. So now the bioplastic is using the corn or the sugarcane, but maybe we can use the raw and the other materials. I came from the Changnyeong area, which full of the reeds. So those reeds can produce cellulose, but we need to develop the repurification technology. So if we can do that, maybe we have a lot of benefits to make bioplastics here. So and also if we can lower the price, maybe we can have the cost efficiency together with that. So in terms of the resource circulation, I believe that that can be a very major area of the technology development. If you have more questions, let me deliver those questions to the presenter later again. Thank you very much.
자, 오늘 마지막
And this is the last order. And we have Professor Nakazumi Hideyuki from Otsuka Metropolitan University. And actually, we have a very distinguished guest. So while he's going up on the stage, I would like to introduce to you his book. And I have, this is a sign from Professor. And so functional pigment is a material, and the light conversion to this topic and the light fraction and the amplification of light or the colorants are there. So from the basic to applied one, every color is analyzed by Professor Nakazumi Hiroyuki and his pupils. And now he's overseeing the ESA. And he will talk about a lot of good technologies for agriculture. Then how can we utilize sunlight? This will be the topic of Professor Nakazumi Hiroyuki. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is my topic today. Recently, climate change has derived a lot of massive changes, drought, and flood damages, which are very frequently witnessed, in particular in the agriculture sector. In the agriculture sector, the damages are frequently witnessed. And today, the shortage of sunlight and radiation will cause a damage to growth of crops, so retardant growth of the plants. So now I would like to propose a selective wavelength conversion technologies as a solution, and ESG agriculture technologies will be our topic. As you are aware of, the photosynthesis requires the sunlight, and also it absorbs CO2 in the atmosphere, and then the root at its root absorbs H2. So those photosynthesis is kind of optical chemical reaction between the CO2 and sunlight and H2O. So this H2O and is produced from plants, and this is a pure chemical reaction. So the sunlight, which is required for photosynthesis, has two pigments of chlorophyll, and its wavelength that chlorophyll absorbs is tantamount to the light necessary, and this is the result. And 400 to 460 nanometer of blue-violet light, and as you can see, 650 to 680 nanometer of red light are absorbed by plants, which leads to photosynthesis. Our technology is selective wavelength conversion technology, and we do utilize fluorescent dyes. So we try to contain such colorant and film into the materials. So as you can see from the graph, we are now seeing the spectrum. Blue and red arrows represents the intensity of energy. So this technology is used to increase the energy intensity of blue violet and red violet. Now this is a blue violet fluorescent film that we are developing. So you can see blue film, and on the middle side this is a combination of blue and the red fluorescent. So this is the combination of the two. And on your right side, so we have carried out a piercing process on the first blue violet film, and this is a size of A4 paper. Now, Japanese companies are now selling this as a prototype. And this wavelength conversion film has characteristics. So this graph shows that kind of characteristics. So we reuse the measurer, and under the sun ray, you can see the red line. That means usage of blue-violet fluorescent film area. And under the same conditions, the black line shows the sunlight at background. So this absorbs the 350 or more wavelength, and you can see the slope. And this means those rays turn into visible rays, and this graph shows that. And our film will allow us to turn ultraviolet into 550 nanometers of blue violet. In the agricultural sector, those kind of applicabilities witnessed. So our film can have some functions, and this graph shows our analysis. And as you can see, when it comes to cultivation of tomato from October to end of August, from August to end of October, and this shows the solar radiation per day. And also we do analysis on the speed of photosynthesis, and this is a vertical axis. And on your left side, this is morning 5 to 7, so 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. And on the middle, 7 to 9 a.m. And on your right side, 9 to 11 a.m. So those data those data are witnessed. So as you can see, and please look at the blue bar. Blue bar is a blue-violet fluorescent film area, and red shows no application of our film. There's no difference here, but please look at the red circle. Areas with film shows the faster speed of photosynthesis. So our films will be used to increase the speed of photosynthesis when such plants are exposed to solar radiation, as you can see on this presentation. And also in the daylight, it shows greater efficacy, and after noon, the speed of photosynthesis is not that different, so our films are more efficient in the morning time. So this picture shows the real installment or application of a film in the large-scale tomato cultivation. So I will talk about the benefits and the characteristics. And the way we do installation is that, so between the aisles of branches, we can put or hang a long range of films. So when we do cultivate tomato, we bring this film up every time, or on the left side or the next to these branches, we also do installation by fixing such films. And this is the most effective point here. And so when it comes to the vertical axis, you can see lycopene content of tomato. So compared to the control area versus blue-violet fluorescent film area, we are able to witness 30 to 60% increase in lycopene content in tomatoes. And also, the time of harvesting will be accelerated on site. And tomatoes turn green to red. So after that, during that period, we try to put our film on it. So our film is used in tomato cultivation and growth of tomato, which means we are able to increase lycopene content of tomato. And the lycopene is analyzed by chemical measurer. And we do use this colorant. And we do analyze the colors of the surface of tomatoes. Then we can identify whether the content of lycopene is increased or not. So let me give you some examples. So with these color readers, we are able to receive such kind of data. So there are some L means luminosity, and the higher number means higher the more red. And the number goes down, the luminosity goes up. And this is a Takascho, which is a small village in Hokkaido. And this is a high quality tomato. And this tomato show higher content of lycopene. Then with our films, we are able to increase the lycopene content, and when tomatoes are fully ripened, then there is a specific number. L star is 38.5, and the red or A star is 24.6. So we are able to see the increase in the content of lycopene of tomato by looking at the surface color of tomato. And now let me talk about one example. And this is tomatoes colors distributed and sold at spot markets, and we choose that as a reference tomato. So we also apply our film and we compare the controlled reference, we compare reference with our film applied tomato. And B is a control area or without blue-violet fluorescent film. And as you can see, there are plus minus differences compared to reference. So there are color differences. There are no even color distribution witnessed in control area. However, when we do apply our film, on your left side, L is registering negative territory, and A is registered in the positive territory, which shows a great increase, which means the surface of tomatoes get more red and red. That means there is an increase in lycopene content in tomatoes. And this is a mini tomato or known as cherry tomato cultivation site. In the winter season, we do cultivate such cherry tomatoes, but there's shorter time for sunlight, so this is not able to increase the bricks level. And this cherry tomato and its application is well witnessed in this. And also film are placed on the upper, middle, and the lower part, and which measures 40 meter in length. And as a result, in the winter season, we tend to cultivate tomatoes and harvest it. So from June to December, those periods show shorter time for sunlight. And during that period, as you can see from the gray line, compared to the controlled area or without film, when we do install blue-violet fluorescent film, then we are able to increase 1.5 times sweeter than compared controlled area. However, after the after the March, when we do analysis and measurement, there is no difference in terms of bricks indicates or the sugar content. But the acid, so actually, when it comes to texture, we are able to sense the sweetness. And the cherry tomatoes in the winter season are also areas of our film application. Then we are able to increase the bricks in this index or sugar content. But the bigger size content, but in this cherry tomato, we are not able to witness increase in lycopene content in cherry tomato in cherry tomato. And now this is for grapes cultivation. This is grapes for wine. And actually 70 centimeter apart, our films are installed on a vertically. Excuse me. There are grape trees and 70 centimeter apart. The grapes are hanging. And this is the real field, and there are a total of 42 meter which has grape trees, and we do install A4 size films here. And we have carried out experiment for a longer time, and we do applied 500 films, and or in each row 2 to 5 bricks index is increased. This is not even, but compared to the average one, compared to the controlled area, on an average, we are able to increase the bricks level of 2, or 2 times higher, the bricks level of 2. But it's very difficult for us to carry out accurate analysis, but there is a 5% measurement in statistics field, and with this, we are able to see differences between the controlled area and the applied area in a significant manner. And also for grapes, we are able to increase the sugar content with our film applied. And this is a measurement from a winery company which looks at every grape and they measures the bricks level. And also they compare the yield. So the topper line is a film area, and on the third row you can see the differences. So when it comes to bricks, it is 1.4. when we look at the productivity, it also shows positive growth. So with this effective film, it increases the level of bricks and also it increases the yield of the grapes. And when it comes to color reader evaluation, it changes to 22 from 21. And this is a grapes for red wine, and it gets darker. And for 5 years, we have carried out demonstration study for grape cultivation for wines, and we do measure, and we are able to see increase in bricks level and yield, and as well as the anthocyani pigment content. And this is shine muscat, which is very popular in Korea as well. So we install our film on the top of the polytunnel, and this is the sunlight in morning times, and the yellow arrow shows the direction of our films installed. Then the bricks level can be increased up to 2 from 1.6. So A4 size films are covered on the grapes 60 centimeter apart. And also when we do this in a vertical manner, the same conclusions are drawn. Then our films increase the bricks level, which means earlier harvesting seasons, which means earlier distribution. This would be of great help. And last but not least, and this is summary. Actually, thank you very much. I spent most of my time. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. So I would like to throw a question, but actually you have a lot. You have a lot of things to throw questions. So why don't we throw a question with regards to his products or applicability? And actually, could you please go first? And without a certain order, please, I would like to receive questions on a random basis. So I would like to deliver a microphone to a participant.
Thank you for the wonderful insights. So first, let me ask you about the water treatment. You said that the low electrical current. So I'm not sure about the metrics unit, but kilowatt or kilowatt hour, how long should you run to purify the water, treat the water? That's my question. And I also asked question about the bioplastic. When we use the plastics, what is the life cycle, life expectancy of the plastics? How often do we have to replace? That means the bioplastics cannot stay longer. So could you tell me the benefit of the endurance of the bioplastics? So I talked about the removal of the arsenics.
And so when it comes to TTS, the reference standard is 300 ppm. So we are able to remove 90% of the TTS, then which requires 0.34 kilowatt for 1 ton. you are well aware of this fact if you are in this water treatment, but if you are a layman, you are not able to understand. However, when it comes to RO, it consumes 2.5 kilowatt or 1.2 kilowatt for advanced RO. So this is electricity consumed, but the difference here, or our selling point is that when it comes to RO, the life cycle, the lifespan of RO requires 50% of operation. Then, which means 50% can be water can be treated, and 50% of water can be drained. So, compared to this, we have a eco-friendly advantage. Kilowatt per ton.
그러니까 이제 그
So actually, the total production amount is the same.
시험に対する
すいません.
Sorry, apology. And the poly, we're using poly, not MB. We use polycarbonate, and this is a basin. This is resin, sorry. So fluorescent materials are contained. So the lifespan is determined by the lifespan of the wavelength conversion. So it can endure 6 months, but we do 3 months, and this is the limit of lifespan. So we can use this for 1 year, and every year this requires replacement. So this is our recommendation. So I hope this can answer your question.
하나 더 질문.
One more question.
예.
So actually, when it comes to bricks index, the film, compared to the film applied, so when we sell shine musket, after the applying our film, is it more profitable for farmers? I think it's more economically effective. So the earlier harvesting season, actually, so earlier harvest seasons means increase in cost. But when you do distribute your product, then the prices go down. Earlier harvestment will increase the profitability of farmers. So in general term, according to the study, 1 week to 2 week earlier harvesting season can be fast forwarded. And there is a shadow areas and the light exposed areas. So with our films applied, we are able to increase the productivity. So this is a effectiveness that our films are showing.
전 위원장님.
Thank you. So please go ahead. I am using the eco farming technology. So my question goes to the Nakasumi Hiroyuki. And I believe that I can receive a lot of energy from the Professor Nakasumi Hiroyuki. My question is that for the quality improvement, I think you were saying contributed a lot. All the bricks and the sugar and the characteristic of the fruit can be realized through your film, the anthocean and the increase the harvest. So I believe that we can have a very quality harvest. You also talked that from the December to the February when we have our last light, so the function of the film is very important during that time. So I believe that the all-season production is possible if we use this film. So when we use this film for our products, depending on each fruit, we have to use a different films and how much it will cost to use the plastics.
Thank you for your question. So to be honest, in terms of tomato cultivation, its costs are very cheap and affordable. So actually, I'm not sure you can make the ends meet, make the ends meet. So I don't know your price setting or price spend, but compared to the film that conventional films are using, then our films are 2 or 3 times higher in cost. So out of my recommendation, shine muscat and or grapes are the subject to our application because its prices are higher than tomato, and this would be sufficient effective. Actually, I don't know the price band for tomatoes in Korea, but compared to the price of depending on cost, then you are not able to make ends meet with our film applied because there might be different profitability, but a total yield per year, as you are aware of, increased, and also we can fast forward the harvesting season, then this will be lead to higher profitability.
뭐 이어서 저도
So I'm wondering too. So we can apply that into the ginseng because it takes 6 years to produce ginseng. So if we can use that film and if we can make it to the less than 3 years, maybe we can use those films.
Actually, our film facilitates photosynthesis, which means we are able to early harvest crops. This is expectation, but there might be change in quality. So actually, why don't you give a try? And then if the effectiveness is proven, then please use. So Korea ginseng, if you are in cultivating Korea ginseng.
입니다. 6년 안
Even though it doesn't grow that fast, because we have ingredients. If ingredients goes up like twice higher, it is valuable, I believe. Also, the chairman gave us a very wonderful remarks, because the plants has its own waves lengths. I don't think every plant has the wavelengths, but from the short and from the long wavelengths, we have to have an eyeline wavelength, which is a 325 nanometer. So the chairman talked about this. So if you can have an investment and the research about it, we will have a more valuable result, I believe. So any other questions? Okay. The gentleman back there. Hello, I'd like to ask a question to Mr. Kim Sung-yeon of the K-Tech about the bioplastics. During your presentation, around 8.3 billion tons of the plastic was produced from the 1950 to 2015, and only 9% was recycled. But we worked so hard to have the recycling waste, and it's been quite long since we did so. So we do not put the plastic into the usual garbage right now. So if we do the recycle and we bring out our garbage depending on the day. However, I think the people said that you said that the people do not know how to recycle these plastic. So I wonder that is true or not. Because after recycling, we do not know how it is processed. So I'd like to ask you if there is the legal requirement, like after recycle, those plastics are, how those plastics are processed, and also what kind of obligation do we have, the plastic manufacturer in China? There is a rule of the 80% recollection, but for Korean company, do we have any obligation for the traceabilities or recollections or processing of the plastics? So in Korea, we have a very restrict law about the waste management. But rather than the garbage from the households or the apartment complex, we have a much far higher amount of the waste from the industries. We have a lot of types of plastics. So the sorting is very difficult. They are sorted out again depending on its characteristic, like a PET, PAC, and then they wash them and they melt them and make it to the pellet to have the reprocessing and to make another plastic as the feed materials. So that percentage is very low. That's what I meant. And in Korea, so far we sold the waste plastic to China. However, the China decided not to receive those plastic from Korea. That's why we have tons of piles of the plastic in our land. Then do we have the government regulation about it? We don't have any regulation about the plastic waste management. The company which use those plastic have to pay the cost for using the plastics. So when you receive the lot of gift during the seasonal holidays, you can see many of the plastic wrapping papers or the packages. So the older chemical company or the food companies are using those plastics, so they have to pay the cost or the contributions before the waste management because they are using those plastics. And the reason why we have to use the bioplastic is that we will have a carbon tax later, because a PET is taking the 80 to 90% of the total plastic across the world, and the PET has a high melting point. But usually we use the PEP, polypropylene, but the melting point is half of the PET. So during the process of the production, we use less electricity and we pay less carbon tax. And also, if you use a bioplastic, because it decomposed easily and faster than the usual plastic, so that's why we have to use a bioplastic. We do not have so many applications yet, but I believe that the future is bright. I'm not sure my answer can be enough for you. Thank you. Any other question?
One more question from the floor. So actually, this question is related to your answers, and when it comes to PLA, and it is not distinguishable in C compared to other bioplastic. So and then bio-based plastics that you are developing and its recycling process. What is this? What is your take on this? And all the bioplastics are the same. So the bioplastic, when there is a mixture of bioplastics and general plastics, actually they are external materials to each other. So actually we do combination of the two. And when it comes to PLA, this is the characteristics of biodegradable plastics, but we are not able to use this because of a high cost. So we have to sort out and collect separately, but this is not the case here. So this is not an intention. This is not intentional. But our bio-based plastic. This is not polymer. We just do combination and mixing of bioplastics. So we actually transparency is not guaranteed in process of producing, and the caps are the same. This is a polymer, and actually then this cannot be distinguishable with our eyes, but if there is a unique color deriving from the bioplastic, then this means we are easily tell the difference between the general plastics and the bioplastics. And also, when it comes to the coloring, bioplastic is free. So compared to the general plastics, bioplastic will coexist for a longer period of time. Then during that period, we are able to sort out and collect the materials with transparent color and with colored.
So the bio-based plastic you produced, how do they recycled? Yes, the recycling is possible. However, we conducted a test for the recycling. Then the recycling rate is around the 50% for now. So when we put the 100, the 50 can be produced as a bioplastic, but for other plastic, it's less than 50. But for the bioplastic, we are doing just one. So we can say that the recycling rate is very high, but we don't produce that much, around the 150 ton per month. And currently, we have all the factories in China right now, not in Korea, but they are exporting their products to the EU. So now 150 ton per month. So once it is recycled again, it's around the 50% of the recycling rate. Thank you. Time is almost up. We have a 20-minute break from now on, so please use this time for the networking.
국립대학교죠.
So, Dean 백홍열 from Autumn University. So, the forum is about the water treatment and polytoner and the conversion of sun ray. Then this can be applicable or installed. So could you please share your take on this? And I'm very happy to be here at this forum, which gives me a great honor. And actually, one of the most insightful thing is that OTNB's presentation and water treatment technologies that O2NB would be of great helpful, because when we do RO filter, it costs a lot, but it's very difficult to be maintained. But your technology only requires electricity. This can be kept up and running. Of course, Ethiopia experiences water stress issues, and also children drink water with higher content of fluorescein. But the problem here is money, because the poor countries are not able to invest in that. So in my opinion, we invest 4 trillion won of ODA program. So actually we can jump in. And also I believe CEO Pan can have a role to play. And Ethiopia has good climate conditions, and Ethiopia is an agriculture country and nation. So with these technologies applied, this will lead to increase of productivity. Then Ethiopians will be helped a lot. So I will deliver your presentation insights to the relevant officials. Thank you very much. How about the forum? And ESG is about social value with technologies. So actually this is aimed to provide values for everyday life. So plastics and the usage of sunlight should be applied in a proper manner. And I believe the INEF will play a role as a network, and Netherlands, Denmark are also areas for our network to reach out to. So please give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you for staying at the very end of our session. Thank you. So ESG is talk of a town, and my father is a farmer, so that means I feel relevant to this forum. And once again, please give a moderator and discussant panelists for a big round of applause. So may I have your attention, please? After a short break at 4 p.m., we will kick off the expert session 3, and all the programs of our International Forum on Eco-Farming are available online, so your interest would be highly appreciated. Thank you.
Unlike other planets, our planet has many diverse lives living on it. And the source of this beauty is none other than the Earth. Earth provides man food, clothing, and shelter. She allows humans to cultivate the land, and thus to create civilizations. One handful of Earth contains a great number of living beings, more than all the humans combined. Look at the land we are standing on. There's another universe deep inside the land, but this land with endless potential is now dying. Man's indiscriminate attack on Earth is coming back at us in the form of climate crisis. The worst situation is upon us. We are facing a crisis, and we need a solution to resolve it. Actually, the solution can be found near us. It's the eco-farming on the land we are standing on. We can recover climate balance and save the nature and humanity if we use eco-farming as a key. We need to live with the nature, not against her. In the International Forum on Eco-Farming, we study carbon-neutral agricultural policy, research for sustainable ESG business models, and listen to the voice of the field to make a society where humans and the nature coexist in harmony. Keynote session, Agricultural Policies for Achieving Carbon Neutrality. Expert Session 1, Forming a Strategic Partnership with Enterprises for Eco-Farming. Expert Session 2, Ecological Farming and ESG. Expert Session 3, Sustainable Economy and Rural Community. Healthy food for us, a safe place for animals. Eco-farming gives rest to nature and is with you. 2022, the Second International Forum on Eco-Farming.
Now we are finally nearing at the third session. I would like to invite moderators and discussant panelists come up to the stage. So please, moderator and panelists and discussants, please coming up to the stage. May I have your attention, please? We are now providing simultaneous interpretation services. So if you do need simultaneous interpretation service, please use your interpretation receivers and number 1 for Korean, number 2 for English. And also our forum has been held in a hybrid manner on and offline. And we are now here at the Civic Culture Exhibition Center, which start its operation this year. And all the programs are available on an official website and an YouTube channel in English and Korean separately. And also you are able to find materials on online website, and also you can leave your questions on our Q&A box. So now we have moderator Lee Chan-woo, president of Gyeongnam Eco-Tourism Association. I would like to hand my microphone over to our moderator. Please give him a big round of applause.
그냥
I have taken part in 2 days of forum, and this is very difficult to understand. But actually, the content of this session might be easier, but it's very difficult, more difficult for us to find out solutions. So we have 2 presenters who come a long way to here. And we have President Lee Jong-soo from Sangju Cooperative. He will talk about the cooperative case as well as establishment of village ecosystem for sustainable rural community.
먼저
So he will give the presentation under the title of New Ecosystem of Rural Village, envisioned by joy and sorrows sharing cooperatives.
네. 마스크 벗.
May I take off my mask for the presentation? Okay, great. It is great honor to see you all in this meaningful event. I'm Jong-soo Kim, working for the Name Village 동고동락 Cooperatives. Today I will talk about our cooperatives in the Sangju village, and we had the big change centering around the school for last 8 years. So what kind of direction we had for this kind of change and what kind of activities we did, I will tell you about those. And then let me briefly tell you how can we make the rural village sustainable, because we are talking about the disappearing of the rural village. So I want to make our rural village as the space for the possibility, not the disappearance. So let me tell you how we can make those kind of a vision. So in 2015, I moved to this Hangju village in Namhae, because I lived in the Yongin in the Gyeonggi province. But after moving to this Hangju village, I realized that this Hangju village is a very small village with the 17 million the population. The most urgent problem in Sangju village was the school which closes because they just have a 30 students in the primary school and the elementary middle school. So in order to sustain the school, we try to open the soccer team, but we ended up changing our school into the alternative educational facility after the discussing with the educational office in the province. So after changing our school into the dormitory alternative school, so students stay in the dormitory, and some parents move to this Hangju village to send their students to this dormitory school. So after this moving, the alternative school is the place mostly where the parents are directly involved in the education for their children. So we had a connection between the rural area and the schools. And then we also made a community with the parents and residents in the rural village. And that the communities become having the shape of the cooperatives, so that they can educate their children at the same time, have an enjoyable life in their town. So we have the mission for our 동고동락 cooperatives, and those are we are making the life community where the people make solidarity, not competition, and education and community where school and town raise kids together, an economic community where people do not consume for themselves but to share the items with others, and also happy village community where people eat, dance, and sing together. So we made an innovative school in the Gyeongnam area, and we try to connect this from the primary school through elementary to the high school. So for the children's education, more and more parents came to move to this town, and also the Sangju school become the place where parents get together and the residents came together to learn. Through those kind of changes, we established the cooperatives to have the research together to understand the education curriculum and to give the support to the schools. So in these cooperatives, we studied the activities like humanities class for the parents, and the other classes, leisure classes for the residents. So by doing so, we established the village educational communities. The Sangju school is an alternative school. So in order to give the competitiveness to our students in schools, we gave the training about the social economy and the other the education for the alternative life. So the children are opening the cafeteria in the school, and they are operating by them on their own. So in 2020, we were designated as the pilot school for the small school in the Gyeongnam province. And this became the very active movement in our province. And many local governments try to make this kind of small students to overcome the aging society and infertility
많이 할 수 있는 부분들을 살려서
society. But we have our own character because when we have invited the parents, we didn't give any benefit to the parents. Like other local governments provide a scholarship or house or the other subsidies, or they also provide the free language course in overseas country. However, we connected all the primary schools and the middle school, and we promoted that the innovative education pedagogies. And also we also had the village community where all the residents raise kids together. So the parents and the kids and the residents can raise the children together. So we promoted those kind of aspects to the people so that we can invite and attract more parents to our town. And urban citizens started to move to Sangju village, not only for the education for children, but also the life for themselves. Currently, we have increased the number of students from 36 to 63 as of March 2022. And also in the middle school, the number of students increased to 92. And youth also relocated to the Sangju village. So we have around like 150 people. So now we don't have enough house to accommodate all the applicants, and we don't have enough jobs. So 2/3 of our students are the single family because we don't have enough jobs or the housing for the father. So just a mom and children move to our school. That's the problem for now. But clearly, we see the increase in the number of jobs and the other activities. So the housing and the education should be identified more, and we have to create more jobs. And then to do so, we launched a project called the Treasure Island Life School. So around the Kumsan, under the collaboration with the Namhae, and we bought land, and the LH Corporation built the rental house. And all the cooperatives also made the housing cooperatives so that we can provide the housing for the residents in our town. So we are building around the 15 to 20 house right now. And utilizing this area, we will also make the conversion school for the seniors. And this August in 2022, our project was approved by the MOLIT, and from next year, when this project launched in full, our project to make our village for the education and the housing will bear the fruit, I believe. So for the last 8 years, the education was a key word to survive the school, which was closed before. But through that, we could build the village communities. That was our case. But in order to make it more sustainable and more actively participating, we need to solve the problem of the housing and the jobs, and then we need to build the ecosystem in the village. So that is done by the 동고동락 cooperatives with the collaboration with the Namhae County and the other local agencies and with schools. Next is the operation and the future direction. So this is the mission we have, sustainable school. Once the school is closed, we lose the sustainability of the village. Even the young people try to move in, but they cannot leave because there is no school. So the school is very important for the sustainability, and we need also the job and education and housing and culture for the sustainability of the town. As of now, our population is 1,700, but we try to increase it into the 2,500. Then maybe we can have a self-sufficiency. So that's our target. The full-time job will be 30, and the total, which amounts to the 2 billion. And in our cooperatives, we have the full-time employee, 7 full-time employee, and the 10 activists, and the 7 board of directors. We have an imaginative playground where the children can come and play after school. It has been operated since 2017. We also have a food storage where the local foods are sold. So during the summer break and the winter break, we provide the meal plan to the residents and the students. Other than this, we also have the education projects or the sales of the authentic local food, and we also have the bakery businesses too. So based on the school education, the rebuilding the ecosystem of the village is our main focus. We also have the profit-making, creating jobs like the bakery and the other food restaurant. However, we also have the babysitting businesses and also education, and also we have the senior sitting and the babysitting together. And to foster the usage of the local resources, we also try to have the various activities. The future of the rural village we envision is that we have the differentiated ecosystem, which is different from the urban space, positively, because if we can make a differentiation, we have we can have it sustainably fully. Because the job is disappearing in the urban area, the youth or the young people can come to the rural area. And actually that is happening right now. So also due to the pandemic, the limitation of space is gone, so they can come to the rural area. Then the keywords will be the self-sufficiency of energy, local food, and rural communities, and autonomy, and social economy, and the sharing assets. So if we can build a rural economy based on these ideas, I believe that the sustainability of the rural area can be expanded. So we have to have a differentiation, likely the urban area to become a new ecosystem. This is the slide from the
곳이라고 생각을 하는데 누구나
from Snowpier. So everybody want to come to the first car from the last car. So they are trying to go toward the economy, but they give the message that somebody can open the door next to them, not the door in front of them. So I believe that this is the way the rural area should go forward, because the urban life cannot become the alternative space for the alternative life. So as the new space of life, the rural area has the huge possibility. So I believe that we need to reestablish our rural area based on all the points I talked about today. Thank you very much. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Schedule is a little behind, but you made it quite well.
장군
Now we have Secretary General Kim Hon-gyu from Gochang Agriculture Chamber. I had an opportunity to look through the presentation materials, and you have talked a lot about my hometown in your presentation. And he will deliver the presentation under the theme of Presents That Old Village Left. As introduced, I am Kim Hoon-gyu. Actually, apology for my nasal voice. So I would like to ask for your gentle understanding. And Namhae, Gochang, the distance between two are the farthest, and the rural remote area, mountainous area, and on the other hand, the ocean rural area. So the people who try to revitalize the abandoned villages and efforts being made were witnessed with previous speaker. And now I would like to talk about the activities that are carried out to revitalize the abandoned schools, and also another story is unfolding. So rural community and the schools in the community vary by perspectives and residents. And the village I live in is the same here. So for 6 decades, there are alumni and graduates, but finally, after producing 15 alumni and 15 graduates, the school closed down, which means all the memories will disappeared. So have you heard about the theory of broken windows? One broken window will lead to faster breaking window after that. And you know the results of the broken window. And also this school was designed to accommodate 600 students, and in the year 1999, 15 students graduated from this primary school or elementary school. Before that, the district office put a warning sign on the school building and property. But residents hold the school dear in their minds even after the closure of elementary schools. The meaning that the elementary school gave to residents vary by people, but the one and only school remain was closed, so there were memories entangled here also disappear. Of course, it's a small village, but the the number of residents exceeded 500 people, covering nine small cities. So I will touch about actually the changes in their lives after closure of elementary school needs no introduction. So I was a younger generation to migrate into the village for agriculture. I was warmly welcomed, but there was a book that I held, and that was a literary magazine which was published in 1958, and the magazine was written by students at that time, and I start to have a discussion and conversation with residents, and the memories are well captured in this magazine, but the students is now aged over 60, 70 to older, and their children and grandchildren also were the graduates from this elementary school. So I have given a serious thought to ways to revitalize the abandoned school. I had prepared for small proposal, so I want all the elderly to join together to write or participate in writing competition for in these abandoned schools, because school is a place for reunion, and after that we have held writing competition in that school, and residents gather together to write down their own writing and they read it out loud. And also that was happening in 2013. There was very freezing cold winter, but the graduates or the alumni or those who remember their children going to that school gathered together for competition, writing competition. So I will read out the small poem. So I don't know interpreters can interpret or not in a proper manner, but actually this was a poem titled Before 20 Years Old, and actually it was a poem from grandmother. And actually I got married before my age 20, and my mother-in-law told me that you need to pull out rice, but after I pull out grass, then my mother-in-law told me, "Damn, you don't know what the rice looks like." But the the writer has been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, and now the grandmother was taken care by her children, and I believe she can return to village after her dying. And last year she was died at the age of 79. And this was a compilation of dead poems and writings. And this was shared with many local residents. And one resident wrote lyrics according to the poems. And now local residents are gathered together to sing this out loud along. And at every night after 14 years after the closure of elementary schools, residents gather together and lit up the light in the elementary school. And we also prepared for a small festival in the town, and that was the beginning point of the village festival or town's festival. From this, people are gathered together and studied a variety of curriculums. And after children and local residents go to school, they think that we need to revitalize the abandoned elementary school. So everyone is on this game. For children and for local residents, they put much effort in this. A total of 500 residents, of which more than 400 residents signed, and they tried to be engaged in persuading activities, and now the festivals in the town became a common sight. Of course, this is a festival for rural areas, but this is not only for local residents, but also for planners in arts industry, and they try to revitalize the abandoned schools, attracting a lot of interest in and outside. And now the local residents try to turn this abandoned elementary school into a new area, and this was reborn under the name of Community Service Center, and this is a area where we can store the memories. And let's look at the bookshelves on the picture. And actually, the number of bookshelves are similar to the number of households in the town. Even one local resident passed away, we are able to store and keep and maintain the memories and videos of that person in that bookshelf. Of course, after someone passed away, children or their grandson or grandchildren are able to witness and feel and sense the touch of their parents after they died. And the memories will. And we can play a short video clip. Then the grandson or children are able to see the video of their passed away late parents. And also we are able to attract younger generations, and they also serves as a teacher for song, and the younger generation is now restarting their lives in agriculture sector in rural areas by communicating with local residents. And this is a live community center is open, and this is an opportunity for local residents to gather together and carry out a lot of activities. Actually, 24/7 new programs are born and out. Now this brings a new life to abandoned elementary school. And we also published a newsletter in village. And there used to be a 5-day long market, but after 40 years of closure, the open market is reopened. Now, after the reopening of the elementary school, local residents are able to open the 5-day long market in the region, and there are different themes per different festivals per year. And local residents taking part in this festival are gathered together for coming up with agenda and programs. And as for children, actually it takes a lot of time for them to go to the downtown, so we invited instructors to carry out curriculums or activities. And one of the instructors now relocate themselves into this town, and they live in that town literally. Local residents and their children and grandchildren are now participating in this festival to perform, and their talents can be showcased in this festival through a festival. And I think every photo is about festival. So actually our town starts with festival and ends with festival. So small abandoned elementary school can serve as a glimmer of hope for the local residents. This is only because of the fact that we are continuing to communicate with local residents with this small abandoned elementary school. And that was a small magazine published in 1957. That was a starting point for us to reopen the abandoned elementary school. Like this, local residents are now rewriting the history book of the village, and the miracle present of the book can be passed down to children, and they are willing to do so. And this is the second history book for the village, and this will be disseminated and shared. So every one of the local residents is the hero of the history book, and also they are the recorder itself, and there are protagonists here. And before the closure of the elementary school, actually there was a official Mr. Chung. He witnesses very first point on the end point of the school, and he really hopes to see reopening of the school, but he passed away just days before the reopening of the elementary school. And also the local residents are gathered together to rewrite a poem, and the local residents go to middle school and high school in the region to receive or participate in curriculum, and they wander around the Hongdae Street, Hongdae University Street. Actually, they are now literally going to the school. From the writing competition, our efforts began. Now, our efforts are culminated in a different festivals, as well as turning this venue into a necessity for community services. And now restaurants are established, so people are able to witness the big difference after and before the schools are there or not. So actually, this is a core message that I want to throw to you. Children are free to play and run, and also there are some cases where windows are broken or clocks are broken. We have a meeting in the community level, so we want to lock the gate of elementary school so that children are not able to get in. But broken windows and broken clocks are miraculous presents, because that was a testament for children's are being here. So actually, broken windows and broken clocks again are a gift for us. So we don't want to lock the elementary school. So we open this elementary school 24/7 for children. So actually, rural areas are witnessing growing number of people migrating into the rural urban areas. So we need to ponder upon what to be left in our rural areas. So when we get to know the rural areas, at the time there might be no person or no people, no residents, or no ways to keep rural areas from disappearing. So if there is a custodian for rural areas, then we are able to revitalize the rural areas. And actually, Namei Sangju is not that different, and also the journey to find out the memory is not that different. So once again, thank you for your patience and attention. Thank you. Thank you. Actually, your stories warm our mind and hearts.
Next, the Mungchi Village Research Center, the Ki-seok Chung will give the discussion. So I will take off my mask too. How long can I present? Okay, 5 minutes. Oh, okay. So my role today is the discussant. So usually in forum, discussant should give the expert's perspective to the presentation. So I have two be knowledgeable about all the topics, like pointing out the good points and the bad points in the presentation. And I know this village and I know the older presenters, and I've been there before. I visited the bakery there, and also I met those two gentlemen before, so I know their direction, the future direction for the sustainability of the village. But these two cases is very special. That's why they came and expressed their ideas in this forum. But them average, like average ordinary man, just like me, like all the people living in the rural area, this is a very good case to learn. However, can we make any following the suit of them? It is, I think, very frustrating as the ordinary, the rural peasant. I'm living in the Muju area for last 13 years. We also have the community village to build the schools and the cafe and have a festival. And I'm also the director in the cooperatives. But our village is not that great. And we also have a lack of sense of the community. So I'm not sure I cannot make any judgment about these two cases. But I will just wanted to give you the personal idea. So it's been 20 years. I moved to the rural area, and for the last 20 years, I always thought, what should I do for a living? We are talking about the sustainable rural area. However, what can we do for living in the rural area, even with the people, like people in the Bonghwa village? That is a very difficult topic. For the last years, I've been thinking about this continuously, and I am doing the research about it. So I know the direction to go. However, I cannot find any answer yet. I think I cannot find the answer forever. So I believe that this is not a problem, cannot be done because we are not capable, or our village is not capable. This is the problem which cannot be solved by the community or the person alone. That should be supported by the government. They just give the subsidies and do the assessment, but I'm going to this whole citizens school, and I also provide the lectures. Also, I give the lectures in the Gyeongsang National University, but among the 50 seats, I just see the 4 students. I'm okay, but the people who are sitting there feel sorry about me because I'm around like 9 million Seoul citizens, just 4 people are sitting in my lectures. So I believe that these 4 people come and like have an interest in the rural, the farming, and that is the proof of the reality of the rural area. So I talked about 4 points in Seoul. The people is problem, and the common message of these 2 villages was the school. They started from the establishment of school. So I suggest always to build the school first. And then there was also the 4 suggestions from my institutions. We had a research about the Jeju Island because there was no big difference between Seoul and Jeju. But that school I suggested is a vocational school to give the vocational training to live in that local area. So, and I also suggest that it should be done in Seoul, because we don't see any effectiveness in the rural area school. So we have to build the actual vocational school that where people can learn the technology or the techniques to make their own living. So we need the vocational training school first in the local area, and we also have to build a bank in the local area. In the rural village, those two cases receive all the subsidies facilities, and they are utilized them very well. But the 90% of the rural area do not make full usage of the facility given by the government. There is one thing they can use that facility. The external people who can make a life together and who also have the business model with working with the business model, the local residents should come to that facility. So we need to have a public agency so that all the facilities in the rural area should be fully utilized. So you can imagine the farmland bank system. And I also suggest the established the village enterprise. So the ministry also suggested that, but that is different from my idea. And the fourth item is the platform. The government should make the ground for that. And we need to build the platform. I've been to the Europe, but I see very good cases. So we need whether it is the rural village or the sixth industrial. That's all the perfunctory concept. So we need an actual practical, like a budget included project. So I'd like to suggest that the social capital plant first, because if we don't have any social capital, we cannot build anything. And there is one more thing, which is a social safety net, like the minimum the wage for the rural village residents. So they need the minimum wage or the minimum living the subsidies for the better life. So when we have those kind of government solution, the ordinary people like me can focus on the rural village communities projects, and we can do it better.
So actually, there are timer here, so that these tend to make you rush when you give your presentation. So actually, that it serves as a pressure, and we do have some time. So the panelists or discussants are free to join to show your insight. And is there any question from the floor? I am happy to receive your questions from the floor. At the outset, thank you for your thought-provoking lectures and presentations. I was born and raised in rural area, and I moved to Daegu when I was in second year of my middle school. And I used to assist my father farmer, but I cried because I really miss my hometown. And today's presentation taught me that agriculture is a great sector to people, and many people are not able to completely forget the agriculture and its meaning. But now I am engaged in manufacture. But my father is still a farmer. He needs to touch soils. Despite my background, I have much interest in agricultural technology, and I have best interest in Netherlands agriculture cases. So actually, 1/3 of population is the Netherlands population, and also their territory is very small compared to also their arable land is very small compared to Korea. But what makes Netherlands number 2 in terms of agriculture sector? But we tend to have less interest in agriculture sector. So I am thinking about how to link manufacture technology to agriculture sector. And I'm very curious about the differences that the Netherlands agriculture has. Actually, the answer is that the farmer and family-driven agriculture is the answer rather than driven by companies. So previous speakers before me also mentioned, but the rural local residents are providing a glimmer of hope. They are there. So younger generation should jump on this bandwagon as well. Also, we need to draw government supports and participation from the businesses. And actually, this forum is International Forum on Eco-Farming, hosted by International Network for Eco-Farming. So here, network. So we need to utilize network, of course, from the government side, but at the same time from the corporate side. So this is areas that I have pondered upon, and I am in the industry side or business side. So what would be the cooperative room for industry people and farmer? So I think there should be a room for companies to jump in there by providing supports. And in Netherlands, there is a network which includes business, government, and farmer themselves. Then now Korean government and the farmers are in this game, but what about the industry and the business? So could you please share your take on this? So what would be the room for companies to jump in? So is there anyone to go first for the question and answer? So you talked about how to rebuild a village. So is there anyone going first? As far as I know, you might notice my knowledge is from I have obtained knowledge by listening to other people's opinion, but I have more accurate information. I don't know exact date, but I've been to Austria, Swiss, and Germany. So the information that I gave to you is from that seminars because I obtained knowledge by listening to other people's idea. So there was an opportunity for me to learn about learn about, and there is a Daesan Agriculture Foundation which has carried out numerous activities, and on 25th, it's the correct? Yes. And Kyobo Building in Seoul, Gwanghwamun. Participation from Austria and Germany visit Korea to take part in that forum, but I live in Jeju, so I am not able to be there. And also, Netherlands is this is a reason why you mentioned the Netherlands. So this kind of solutions can be combined. Of course, cooperatives should play their role. So the forum will be an opportunity for you to share your ideas and listen to the presentations when it comes to networking. And I've been to Austria and Germany, and I also posted writing on the internet, and so actually it's very difficult for me to deliver every detail in shorter time. So I might be biased, but businesses are not able to do good farming, and the nation can do, farmers can do, but businesses are not because they only focus on some their profitability. This is why they are not able to do good farming. of course, the cooperatives can replace the role of businesses.
그러니까 그냥 그 기업과 관련된
So let me add some comments about what the companies can do for the rural village. I'd like to ask the company to let us alone because the company is a profit-making organization, and whenever there is money, they come to the rural village. So large company right now, they are trying to make the farm and make the very artificial the farmland to give the hands-on experience for the people because they know that it can make the profit for them. So that's what they are doing. The rural area and the farming is the public goods. So as Mr. Chung said that we are expecting the public capital come into our area and to preserve our land and our practices and our farming. But if the companies join this wagon, they come for their profit. They come to make it bigger and make money from out of it. So I'd like to. They always come to the rural area when they see the opportunity of the economic value, and then they don't find any opportunity, they just leave. So I'd like to ask the larger company to just let the rural village alone.
네, 마이크.
Actually, your presentation really warmed my heart and mind. And thank you for sharing your experiences with me. And I would like to throw a question about educational community. So this is quite personal, but to be honest, my children is 8 years old, and actually he is at boundary level. And also, I am waiting for the results of learning abilities. And actually, my children has good observation capabilities. And really, my children likes trains or locomotives and really good at making or building of Legos. But other than that, my children shows no interest. So actually, my children get understand well via 101 dialogue, but in the group activity or in the group course, my children is not able to understand well. So this is something that I have in mind as a parent. So this is why I throw a question to you. And I lived in Sadangdong in Seoul for 40 years, so I'm genuinely a urban resident. I had a PhD holder and I am engaged in journalism, but my children has gone through difficulties, so that makes me think again the direction that I have to pursue as a father. Of course, am I do not want to exaggerate the image of remigration into the rural areas. So service infrastructure is well established in urban areas. So that might be better conditions for my children. But you are aiming for educational community. Of course, there are children that have no difficulties, but some children have gone through ADHD. So for that children, you are engaging in educating such children. So what about your opinion? Is that educational community effective? Of course, alternative schools or agricultural school, there is a 3-3-4 principles. So actually, children at a boundary level who find it difficult to get along with children in urban areas, there are 30%, and also children who do not want to go cram school and do not want to be exposed to fierce competition, and children to be grown in a better condition. And of course, at the same time, parents who want to raise their children in a better condition, and also they want children excel other peers in terms of academic capabilities. But this is a very small school, and with a small group of children to be cared. And I came back to rural area when my children were in elementary school, and now my children are middle schooler and high schooler, but there was no izme phenomenon, or there was no exclusive culture of 1 or 2 days after children get into the school, then they get to know each other and they start to be familiarized with their peers. And the community takes responsible for taking care of children, and also your neighbors can be a nanny or can be a person who take care of children when you are not available. So this is a benefit of educational community. In this rural community, this is not only confined to Sangju area, but the rural communities around the Korea are able to heal the wounded children, or can be a solution to parents who have kind of children as well. Thank you for your answer. Thank you.
조금 이따가 잠시.
So I don't know the title, but the Muson Kwak from the LG display. So he wanted to talk about the work between the large company and the rural village. So we cannot find any consensus here, but we cannot go into more detail here. But it was a very good opportunity to talk about that. So, okay, Professor Moon. I'm Mi-kyung Moon from the Changwon University. I'm teaching the student, but I'm also a researcher. And in this International Forum of Eco Farming, we talked about the rural village. So rural village was the space where people lived together with the strong sense of the community from the long time ago. The older panelists, I don't know, but it made me really cry because it was the heart-touching, because I think there are the people's life in the rural village. So rural village embraced the life of people, I believe, and that was the original shape of the rural village. However, the more and more the society is getting industrially revolutionized, and people are comparing themselves with others on the SNS, like a snow piers you showed. We cannot jump out of the train. We are just staying in the train going to the hill. So we have to find the doors next to us, the small door next to us. I believe that the rural and the farming is give us a hope and the direction for us to go forward in the future. I believe that everybody has their own concern. But when I move to the rural area, can we realize the human life? Like, can we realize the dream of my life? So I believe that those will be all the doubt everybody will have. So in that aspect, so Mr. Chung talked about the farming technology, the training schools, and the other alternative options. So I believe that rural village should equipped with the the regional circulation economy, circular economy. So they produce together and consumed together in the regions. I believe that that is the picture where the should be the drawn by the people in the rural area. So how do you think about my idea from the perspective of experts? I believe that the question was very grandiose. But anyone who can answer to the question? So I believe that the intention of the questioners and the intention of the people who is directly involved in the rural area can be different. Me and the Jong-soo Lee from the Name and Mr. Jung from the Mungchi Research Institute, we are living as the residents in the rural village. However, there are indigenous people who live there forever. So we need to think about that assimilation. So urban people look at the rural area as the place like hometown, where if we go there and the people will welcome everybody. So we have the ups and downs in the community's life because there is the exclusiveness and also the ostracization from those kind of the communities or cooperatives. Because if rural areas, the school in the rural area has such kind of benefits, why all those schools closed? Now, why didn't people know about the benefit of the schools? Then why people drop everything in the urban area and move to the rural area? So returning to the rural village, that was the policy which has many limitations. I cannot go every single detail about that, but let me give you the several examples. So after the New Year's holiday or Thanksgiving holidays, we can see so many the strayed cats or the dogs in the rural village. Those are not the ones who were there before. Those animals were brought by the urban people, city people, and they abandoned them in the rural area. So once I had an interview with those people who abandoned their pets, because they said that if they abandon in the urban area, they will be killed. But if they leave them in the rural area, they will live. That's what they thought. So I believe that that's the rural area, how the urban people see the rural area. And another case was that there was a parents who moved to the rural area to send their kids to the small schools. But there was a small conflict in the school. So kids was punched by the other kid who were living there. So the parents filed a complaint to school, but school said that she better not to complain about it because those are the happening between the kids. So that is a very big thing in the urban school, but that was nothing in the rural areas. So those kind of conflicts shows the different perspective about the schools between the city people and the rural people. So all these conflicts show that we cannot say that the rural area is better than the city or not. All the perception about the rural area is different among the people who just moved into the rural area 10 years ago. and the people who live there forever. So in order to raise the characteristic of the communities or the cooperatives, we need to have the system of the democratic decision making. So without that, if those kind of communities is led by a certain people, will not work sustainability. So you will feel different depending on the characteristic of the communities or cooperatives in the rural area.
We have some time. So actually, we are not able to map out solution in a quicker manner. So one more question. Good afternoon. I am preparing for re-immigration into the rural area. I'm Hong Jong-soo. And as you mentioned, through the revitalizing school, children's going to school are aware of the regional imbalances. So for my case, actually, I graduated from middle school with a total number of 30 students. But as a result, I really want to go to the urban areas. So actually, I've spent 10 years of my life into urban areas, and then I feel like I have to go back to rural areas. So what about the thoughts on children? So actually, elementary schoolers have no thoughts. They just are free to play and happy with that. And graduates from alternative schools are getting admission into the universities where they are preparing for social life. So actually, I have no opportunity to listen to problems of the graduates from alternative schools. But one thing I would like to point out here is that this might be relevant to professors mentioned, but for those who really want to go back to rural areas, I usually say that the rural areas are not only about agriculture, or fisheries communities are not about the fisheries and aquaculture. You are not necessarily getting involved in fisheries or agriculture, even if you get back to rural areas or fisheries communities. So I said that there are a lot of roles to be played by local residents, and there are also different activities. You can do music for your living, and you can do theater, you can do construction or building for making ends meet in rural areas. But previously, we are so obsessed with convenience, so we turn our eyes to urban areas to receive such kind of conveniences. But there are still roles to be played in rural areas. In case of Germany, or in case of the Russia or the EU, in European nation, actually European nations might be at the brink of be, of risk of gas because of the Ukraine war with Russia. So the self-sufficient ecosystem should be established. And when we think of the previous rural areas, there are jobs created in the rural areas, such as street vendors or small groceries. Of course, this might not lead to prosperity enough for you, but in perspective of circular economy, self-sufficient ecosystem can be definitely established, and the youth can grab or seize opportunities in rural areas. So the adults live in an era of rapid growth, and their diploma is a guarantee to decent jobs. But actually, skyrocketing price for a house, and now 1.2 billion won or 1.3 billion won, they cannot afford to that. So our urban areas are no longer an opportunity for younger children. So this is why they think about re-immigration into rural areas. And now we are starting to witness the phenomenon like that. Like Japan or in advanced nations, this kind of trend is witnessed. So actually, the role of adults are like this. They have to guarantee the youth the fact that you are able to make ends meet and you can live a decent life in rural areas. That should be a role of an adult or a role of a government. And after that, children, the younger generation, can relocate themselves into the rural areas to find jobs. And this is a important component of circular economy. Then younger generations can remain and live their decent life in rural areas, not migrating to urban areas. So actually there is a howling out of rural areas. Of course there is a risk, and of course there are some room for improvement, but I believe rural economies hold great potential. As I said always, rural areas holds a great potential, and this is a place where younger generations can seize golden opportunity as a new place.
So, time is almost up. So the panelists or the discussants want to have a last comment before we go? Okay, so I believe that they talked about everything they wanted to deliver today. So this session is the last session of the 2 days forum. And whenever we have this kind of the forum, so we talked about the eco forum. I believe that the rice paddies is always the primary farming elements, because the farming needs the water. For the rice paddies, we don't need to give a fertilizer or the pesticides. That was the original farming technology. So whenever I come to the Bongha village, I could see the affluence of the rice paddies here. So I'm not sure you have enough time to look around, but around October or November, we can see so many the birds here. And we also have a snork. 2 snorkels here. So that's the symbol of the Bongha village. So we have so many wonderful wildlife and ecosystem in this eco farming area. And we had a lot of various discussion during 2 days. We cannot come up with the solutions or the answer just within 2 days, but we shared a lot of ideas and insights together. So it is almost time given to us. So it is time for us to go back to our place. So I'd like to all the participants who stayed until the end of the forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As Professor said, I truly believe that your presentation warmed my minds and hearts. So I believe you are on the same chapter as mine. So thank you once again for your thought-provoking presentations and also for spirited and in-depth discussions. And thank you for your questions as well. And I'd like to give him a big round of applause, our moderator, Mr. Lee Chan-woo. So thank you once again. Now from the morning session to the afternoon session. In the morning session, we have carried out session 1, forming a strategic partnership with enterprises for eco-farming, and from ecological farming and ESG, and then the sustainable economy and rural community are 3 themes. And actually, I learned a lot. So once again, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to all of you for staying at the very end of today's session. I am Lee Misa, today's MC. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you.